It being just past 6 p.m., I'll go ahead and call the Winnebago County Board of Supervisors to order for May 19th, 2020. First item on the agenda is the roll call. For that, I will ask the county clerk to call the roll. I'll call on Clerk Ertmer and Deputy Clerk Barthels. And if you could please say here or I when she calls out your name.
Okay. No, you're good. All right. Tom Konetsky.
Supervisor Konetsky? Yeah, please try. Supervisor Konetsky, could you say here one more time? Supervisor Konetsky? Supervisor Konetsky, can you say here?
Yeah, you're muted, which is fine. Only one of you can have your mic on. Okay.
I'm going to mute all for the moment here.
Supervisor Braun.
Here.
Supervisor Borchert.
Here.
Supervisor Eisen. Supervisor Defferding.
Here.
Supervisor Lenz.
Here.
Supervisor Newhoff.
Here.
Supervisor Nussbaum.
Here.
Supervisor Spellman.
Here.
Supervisor Albrecht.
Here.
Supervisor Gabbert.
Here.
Supervisor Binder. Supervisor Conrad.
Here.
Supervisor Shorsey. There she is. Okay. Supervisor Belante.
Here.
Supervisor Gordon.
Here.
Supervisor Wingren. Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Here.
Supervisor Norton.
Here.
Supervisor Warnke. Supervisor Zelmer.
Here.
Supervisor Skellinger.
Here.
Supervisor Buck.
Here.
Supervisor Powers.
Here.
Supervisor Locke. Supervisor Wise.
Here.
Supervisor Finch. Supervisor Youngquist. Supervisor Fari. Supervisor Rasmussen. Okay. Supervisor Rasmussen. Supervisor Keller.
Here.
Supervisor Egan. Supervisor Ellis. Wise.
Here.
Supervisor Finch. Repeating. Supervisor Youngquist. I'm not talking, it's saying names. Supervisor Fari. Supervisor Rasmussen. Supervisor Rasmussen. Supervisor Keller. Supervisor Egan. Supervisor Ellis. Hello. Supervisor Ellis. Supervisor Snyder.
Here.
And Supervisor Joes.
Here.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Martha. Next item on the agenda is the Pledge of Allegiance, followed by the invocation by Supervisor Locke. If everyone could please stand and repeat after me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. And if you could please remain standing for the invocation by Supervisor Locke. Please go ahead, Supervisor Locke.
Please bless this meeting. May peace and kindly deeds be found. May gratitude and love abound. And please pray that this coronavirus goes away soon. Amen.
Thank you, Supervisor Locke. Next item on the agenda is a motion to adopt this evening's agenda. For that, I will call on Supervisor Albrecht.
I move to adopt this evening's agenda.
There's a motion and a second to adopt this evening's agenda. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries. Moving on down to the next item, and that's a time in each meeting in which we allow an opportunity for the public to speak on any item on our agenda this evening or any item under county jurisdiction. But before we get started with that, I wanted to provide maybe some helpful tips or hints in regards to Zoom, as well as to kind of lay out some principles of how we'll go ahead and conduct the meeting this evening. So first of all, I just want to make sure all participants will be muted until called upon. And please, no one should unmute themselves. If you need to leave the room also, there is a function on the bottom of the screen where it says stop video button. Toggle that to turn the camera on and off. Also, you can use the raise the hand function whenever you want to speak, and then you'll see a blue hand raise. That gives me notice that you're asking to speak, and I'll go ahead and call on individuals in turn when I say those hands raised. So when I say hand, I'm talking about the Zoom function of raising your hand. Likewise, when you're finished speaking, please go ahead and lower your hand. I also have that ability, so I'll try to make sure I do that as well. But it does help if you all do it likewise. And then a couple things in terms of identifying individuals. Just so individuals know, when I'm conducting a meeting like this in Zoom, there are 3 different screens. So I cannot possibly see everyone at the same time, nor can I actually see who specific individual is in any given box unless they have their specific name on it. So I wanted to make sure everyone knew how you could put your name on your box. And you do it as follows. And then you go to the bottom on the screen and it says, click on the participants at the bottom of the screen. You'll see a list of everyone on the right-hand side. Then you click on your device and select the More function. After that, you enter your first and last names. Now there is one deviation to that. If you are using a telephone for audio along with your PC or iPad for the video, you do those first 2 steps and then you click on your telephone number in the list and change it to your first and last name. Basically what that allows to do is when you raise your hand, I actually see your name, because otherwise if you raise your hand without a name, I will see simply District 7 pad, for example, or I'll see James iPad, or I'll simply see a number, which makes it challenging to sort out who I am to call on next. So just wanted to provide some of those hopefully helpful tips, since this sort of format obviously is new to us all and certainly recognized. And then just a couple more things, and then we're going to open it up to the open forum. When we open up the forum, I want to make sure folks know that this is not a public hearing. It is an open forum, which basically allows anyone from the public to speak and give input on anything on the agenda, or frankly, anything under county jurisdiction. When I do call on you, please give your full name and your full address. Likewise, when you're asking to be calling on, I'll remind you again, please use that Zoom raise your hand function, because then what happens is your individual name or device goes to the top of the screen, and it makes it much easier for me to see who to call on next. I'd ask to keep it as brief as possible and to try not to repeat what someone may or may not have said before you. But at the same time, I want to allow everyone the opportunity to speak. And that's why I'm trying to balance between those two different things. There's not a specific time limit, but I'd ask you to keep your comments, if you could, to 5 minutes or less to give an opportunity for all those who would like to speak an opportunity to do so. If we found that there were a number of individuals and we felt we needed to reduce that time frame, then I would certainly. So with that, I am going to open it up to the open forum, and I will begin to call on individuals with the raised hand. First, I will call on Mark Roloff. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. I'm Mark Roloff, City Manager of Oshkosh. My address is 215 Church Avenue here in Oshkosh. And I'm also here tonight with our Finance Director, Russ Van Gompel. Mr. Van Gompel and I are here to answer any questions you have regarding Resolution 20, which is regarding the waiver of interest and penalties for unpaid property taxes, also known as Act 185 that the Wisconsin legislature adopted. We have had a lot of inquiries from primarily residents asking if there can be some relief that we can provide them regarding property taxes. We had started to get those requests in late March because we are on the 4 installment plan, as are many other municipalities in the county. And that 4 installment plan enables them to spread out their payments. With the COVID-19 pandemic and the ensuing economic impact it's had on folks, some people who are out of jobs or maybe furloughs or something like that are having a difficult time paying a lot of bills, including property taxes. They're asking for some relief. Act 185 allows a municipality to extend that payment out until October 1st, but Act 185 requires approval of the local county board. So the City Council of Oshkosh had adopted a resolution which was forwarded to the county asking that you give us the ability to do that waiver of interest and penalties. And we certainly believe that this will provide some relief to people who just need to get through these next few months. It's going to be some tough times. And what we're hoping is that with that waiver, that enables them to get their things in order so that come October 1, they can get that tax bill paid off and hopefully get back on the road to recovery, as many of us do, as was noted in the invocation this evening. I thank the board for their consideration, and Mr. Van Gompel and I will stick around in the event there are any questions during the county board's deliberation. So thank you for your consideration. That's it, Dr. Ramos. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Roloff. Next speaker I will call on, it's the phone number 920 and it ends with 452. Please go ahead. If you could state your name and address for the record, please.
It's Erasmus, and I was just calling in. We had some glitches here. I'm in the executive board room, and we just did that to try it out. Can you hear me now?
Very good. Thank you.
And also in the room is Mary Krieger from the Treasurer, Mary Ann Miller, the Corporate Counsel, Nikki Fitzgerald, the Finance Director, and Carrie Rowe from Planning and Zoning.
Thank you very much. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on any item on the agenda this evening or any item under county jurisdiction? If you could please raise your Zoom hand, then I will know to call on you. So next, I will call on Chuck Hurdle. Please go ahead. And if you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is Charles Hurdle, 4489 Sandpit Road, Oshkosh, Wisconsin, 54904. I'm here to speak on zoning report number 4. I represent Eric Wagner. Mr. Wagner is hoping to purchase the Ross and Renee, or Harb and Renee Ross property in the town of Amro. What they hope to do is to build private warehouse units in that particular property. I've represented Mr. Wagner since February of this year. You should note that the County Planning and Zoning Committee approved the requested change in zoning from B2 to B3 and the conditional use on a unanimous basis. Now, the town board has taken the position that the proposed zoning change is, and I'll quote it exactly, legally prohibited. I am here to say to you that that zoning change is not legally prohibited, and I believe my position is consistent with what Carrie Rowe's position on the proposed change is. It is not legally inconsistent or legally prohibited. Now, the standard that the board must follow is set in the smart growth law. And that basically said that whether a change in zoning is permitted is whether it's consistent with the comprehensive plan for the property. The comprehensive plan for this property is commercial. That is in the town's comprehensive plan, it's in the Winnebago comprehensive plan, and for the city of Oshkosh, because it has overarching jurisdiction. It is deemed commercial. It doesn't designate in any of these plans whether it's B1, B2, or B3. Now, so a change from its present zoning at B2 to B3 would simply be just another form of commercial use for this property, consistent with the comprehensive plan of all of the affected municipalities. Now, I want to say also that the proposed zoning change is consistent with the property right next door. The property right next door, which is parcel number 0160370, is zoned B3. It's not zoned B2. So you're just merely changing the zoning to be consistent with the property right to the east. You know, while the town board and your board has discretion to determine that a zoning change should or should not be made based upon the discretion that you're given, but it would be an error of law to deny the zoning change on the basis that is not legally permitted, and that's just what the town board ruled on. I'll note that there was a resolution that was submitted to the by the town board that said that a majority of people, landowners in the town, were against it. That's not true. There was presented at the county planning and zoning meeting last month was a petition signed by 97 property owners in this town in favor of it. Lastly, I live down the road from this particular property, and I believe the proposed development would be a favorable one. It would do several things. Number one, it would serve as a buffer from Highway 21 sound noise. And then secondly, I believe it'll be an attractive development. Mr. Wagner's father operates his own facility on Highway 21 and Amro Road. It's an attractive storage unit, and Mr. Wagner is going to be building one that is every bit as nice as his father's. So it's going to be an attractive commercial development that will be desirable and cherished by the people that live in this area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hurdle. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on any item on this evening's agenda or any item under county jurisdiction? If you could please raise your hand through the Zoom function, then I will go ahead and call on you. I see one other call in, so I will call on, and the iPad name EJWHE. Please go ahead if you could state your name and address for the record, please.
Hello, my name is Eric Wagner, 4314 Stonegate Court, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I have several other people here as well with me, and we're all huddled around a computer. So if there's any raising hands again that people want to speak for public comment, it won't be from me, but it would be from the people that are in the room. So I'm the prospective buyer of Harv Ross's property before the board zoning report number 4. I sincerely ask that you approve that zoning change request from B2 to B3. We have worked very hard to address all the town requests and spent thousands of dollars in costs for surveying, engineering, and environmental studies and attorney fees to get to this point. I believe my proposal has merit, along with, number 1, the Town Planning Commission of Amro, who voted 4-1 to recommend approval, and also the County Planning and Zoning Committee, who voted 5-0 to recommend approval of my project. My wife and I are looking to start a personal storage business on Highway 21 and Sandpit Road. My parents own Algoma Storage on Highway 21 and Amro Road. They have experienced increasing demand from storage from rapidly growing demographic area west of Oshkosh. In January 2019, we met with the Town Planning Commission former chair and another PC member to discuss our proposal, the zoning and site requirements. We left the meeting feeling we would be supported by the town with B3 zoning. After an unexpected denial from the town on March 7, 2019, based primarily on neighbors' concerns, we withdrew the application since we lacked the facts to refute these claims. On January 23, 2019, when we were still deciding whether or not to move forward, we were advised by the town chairman who emailed, while there may be some residents that may oppose any development on this property, as I have indicated to many of them, if there is a proposed development that complies with all the applicable regulations, the town is obligated to approve it, just as was the case with the CSM you applied for and was approved. Thus, we were led to believe that if we were 100% transparent, followed all regulations and did our homework, and then listened to the input from the town and the surrounding neighbors, we would ultimately be successful. Thus, we complied in good faith with all the town's requests. The changes we agreed to make since March 2019 were multiple revisions to the site plan, made multiple changes to landscaping and planting, added berms and increased their height based on recommendation, moved the parcel and addressed, went from 1 or 2 driveways to 1 to address public safety and aligned them with Georgetown and Lacrosse Drive. Followed advice of town chairman to switch initial application that was B3 to switch it to A2, which was supported by the county and the city of Oshkosh. Complied with the chairman's atypical request for final site and drainage plan. We agreed to limit hours of access, which I believe is unprecedented in Winnebago County. We agreed to add an entrance gate. And the last one, we eliminated outdoor storage and light posts. Despite complying with all the town's requests, we were accused of the town chairman at the town board meeting on January 20th, 2020 of doing an end around on zoning. Basically, the chairman proceeded to vote against the very A2 zoning pathway he recommended on October 21st, 2019. Then the town used 2 consecutive county adjournments, roughly 60 days, to vote a second time to adopt a new resolution claiming that change from A2 is now illegal since apparently the first vote was not based on legitimate reason. I am here to tell you, as my attorney, my proposal does not violate any comprehensive plans of the town of Amro, city of Oshkosh, or Winnebago County. What I'm proposing is a commercial project on a commercially zoned land. And the parcel we wish to develop that is directly adjacent to my parcel is already zoned B3. In closing, some residents don't want to see any development on Harv Ross's commercially zoned land. Personal storage facilities are the lowest impact of almost any commercial development, are heavily governed by town and county codes and regulations. Take spare space on Large Point Road, for example. Despite emotional-based objection from the surrounding neighbors and a large petition again, it was approved based on meeting all the legal requirements. We too have met all the legal requirements, demonstrated our willingness to work with the town, agreed to many concessions to address the concerns of a few neighbors, and provided facts to address or refute all baseless claims that have been made against this project. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your comments. I'll next call on Supervisor Lenz. You have a question?
It looks like Mayor Coffert is trying to raise his hand. I just
Very
wanted to
good.
bring that to your attention.
I will go ahead and call on Mayor Coffert next. Please go ahead, Mayor Coffert. One moment, Mayor Coffert. We can't hear you just yet.
Hello?
Mayor Coffert?
Hello?
Yes, please go ahead, Mayor Coffert.
All right. Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Thank you very much, honorable county board members. I appreciate you giving me a couple minutes here to talk about one of the items on the agenda tonight that we have some interest in, and that's resolution number 02005-2020, which is authorize a taxation district to waive interest on property tax payment installments that are due on or after April 1st, 2020. I listened to Mr. Roloff, and I'm not going to repeat a lot of what he says, but I think during these unprecedented times that we're now living in with COVID-19, part of government's charge is to help their constituents and help the business community, help the individual people in times like this. I've always been a person who believes in a hand up, not a handout. This proposal will give those individuals and those small businesses and individuals within our county an opportunity to get back on their feet. I've noticed now for a couple of days businesses have returned within our county, and some of the doors are open. I went and visited many of these people. It's going to be a long time before they're back to normal or whatever the new normal is. And so many of them have a short-term, financial shortfall, cash flow problem. I want to say thank you to the Winnebago County Board and Winnebago County in particular for coming up with a loan program that has helped many of my constituents, the business owners. But many of these individuals are looking for some help short-term. They may have been in unemployment for a while, and they need time to get themselves back on their feet. So what we're asking for is the state of Wisconsin has given you and us the ability to come up with this program. We understand how the system works, and we're not trying to take advantage of the county or anything, because at some point under the current system, the taxes that are delinquent go to the county and you make us whole, and we appreciate that. But the timing on this is less than 2 weeks. Really, it's gonna, at the end of the day, it's not that much more time, but it's gonna give our folks around the county, and specifically NENA, time to pay their property taxes without penalty of interest. These are only the people that are up to date with their installments at this current moment. And, you know, so I know the county executive and some other people have a concern about the potential volume of this or explosion of this if big business doesn't pay their taxes in a timely manner. And I can respect that cash flow question. But I will tell you this, we will support a hardship program. We have no questions asked. City of Neenah, City of Oshkosh, we will have these people at least sign a waiver that says, hey, we are experiencing some hardship right now. We would ask for more time for some waive penalties and interest forgiveness so that we can pay our taxes later in the summer. You know what? If some of these small businesses go out of business, if they're not able to continue their business, they're not going to be paying taxes at all. I know the Wisconsin state sales tax, we don't really know where we're sitting right now because of the governor has allowed small businesses to push back their sales tax collections. And so, but I suspect that sales tax collections are not going to be pretty next year at this time. So with that being said, I would just ask that you give this some consideration. We have put it on our agenda for tomorrow night if the county board deems that this is a proposal they would like to go forward with to help out the citizens of this county. Thank you much, Mr. Chairman.
Shiloh, you're muted.
Once again, open it up for anyone else who has any comments in regards to any item on this evening's agenda or anything under county jurisdiction. If you could please raise your Zoom hand, and that will let me know to call on you. A little bit more time, opportunity for anyone to raise.
No,
Zoom
it
hand.
says mute.
Allow me to know to call on you.
Hit it if you want to mute.
I'll
See,
call on Supervisor Lenz.
Mr. Chairman, say.
Mr. Chairman,
Uh,
Mr. Chairman.
Supervisor Finch?
Yes, I listened to Mayor Crawford talk, and to this day, many of us took office to help our constituents and our cities, towns, and villages. And when they come in and they ask for some sort of help, I'm speaking mainly for myself at the present time, and I'm hoping many more from the county board will agree. We're here to help everybody. And I'd be more than happy, if there's any way possible to do it, is to help not only the city of Neenah, but if somebody else comes in and needs some help through this struggles we're going in. I mean, I feel this is our obligation as the county board to help the citizens of Winnebago County. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. Now, let's work to keep the comments to the public for the moment, and then we'll bring it back to the board. So I do see a couple more supervisors with their hands raised. I want to make sure it's not about comments right now, because right now it's public input. If your question is about process, that's fine. But if it's a comment about anything related to the public forum, I want the public to have the opportunity to speak. So I will call on, I see Matt Mugerhauer. Mugerhauer, if you could state your name and address for the record, sir. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. This is Matt Mugerhauer, City Council Member, City of Oshkosh. And my address is 1701 Bernheim Street here in Oshkosh, 54904. Appreciate the time to speak before the board. And I'll be speaking on Resolution 20, the same as City Manager Roloff, as well as Mayor Crawford, in support of that resolution. I want to thank the supervisors for bringing this forward for the full county board to have a lively discussion, hopefully, on trying to help members of all of our communities here in Winnebago County. Obviously, we're in unprecedented and very unique times right now in terms of what's going on in the world, not only just health-wise, but financially too. And so my support for this is trying to help as many property owners as possible just get through these next few months during this unique time. I won't reiterate plenty of the things that Mayor Coffert or City Manager Roloff stated. They were well said and right on point. But one of the things is this is intended to help property owners, specifically single family, homeowners is what we're looking for. Obviously, this does create an opportunity for commercial property owners to also use this potential benefit. But by and large, we're looking to help those who most need it right now. I know during the Finance Committee's discussion, one of the county executives' concerns with this would be some of the larger corporate citizens potentially taking advantage of this and putting the county in a not very good cash position come the end of September. And I guess I just wanted to point out that many of our large corporate citizens, we know who they are in Winnebago County. They're some of our best corporate citizens and best just neighbors in these communities. Would not be taking advantage of something like this. It would not look very good to their shareholders, to their boards, just to the investment community itself. For any of those large corporate citizens in Winnebago County to take advantage of this, they would not look kindly on them taking advantage of something like this and reporting that they didn't have the means to take care of their property taxes. So really this comes down to individual single family and the rental owners just trying to get through these next few months. I appreciate your time. I appreciate you guys taking this up and giving it some lively debate later on this evening. So thank you for the time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Next, going to call on E.J. Wag. I believe it's Mr. Wagner. There's a room with a number of individuals. So I'll go ahead and call on you. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Harv Ross. I live address 3871 County Road FF. I'm the landowner that's in discussion on Highway 21. I just wanted to say, to keep it brief, that we've worked on this for over a year now, and we've had nothing but run around from the town of Amaro. It's been B3 is no good. A2, we go to A2. The town chairman said he would support it, and when they voted on that, he didn't vote for it. The adjacent property is B3, and the county planning commission unanimously approved the B3, and then the town will come back and said, well, it'd probably be better as A2. Well, if they dropped the ball on A2 because they had a chance to approve it at A2, and now they're complaining about it being B3. So I'm just kind of sick of the runaround, and that the town of Amaro, I know what their agenda is, but I think it's probably has something to do with the town chairman leading the charge there, but I don't know. But that's I'm for the project, obviously, so I'm just sick of the runaround. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, and thank you for your comments. I'm going to open it up for anyone else who wishes to speak on any item on the agenda this evening or anything under county jurisdiction. Is there anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on any item on the agenda or under county jurisdiction? I'm going to once again call on E.J. Wag. I realize there are a number of individuals in that room. So please go ahead if you could state your name and address for the record.
My name is Wally Wagner, 2260 North Haven Lane, Oshkosh, Wisconsin. I'm here to address the issue of the Harv Ross property zoning request. I'm in favor of the zoning request and somewhat confused. I went through the itinerary of date lines and stuff like this in chronological order of the way things happen, but there's some things that were missed. On January 20th, when the town denied the request for zoning change, we already had, in November, we submitted the CSM and site plan to the county and the town in order to get on the agenda for January meetings. Well, it was voted down on the town board, and then they did not respond in a timely fashion to the county planning commission. At that point, we were at the meeting, and they we said that you should request to adjourn it because they did not receive the proper input that they had determined to deny it. So then we go through mid-February, and then the town attorney said it was illegal because of the town's comp plan. Well, at that point, Eric had to hire Mr. Hurdle, and they reviewed that claim, and it was refuted. On February 25th, the county planning and zoning meeting, so there were a lot of people to support the project, and they had to request adjournment again because the town of Omro did not still respond why they denied the request for the zoning for A2. On March 31st, the County Planning and Zoning Committee would not vote until the town got more input again. And at that time, Mr. Ross presented the petition of 97 members of the town against numerous citizens, again spoke in favor of the zoning request. To date, as the best of my knowledge, any objections to the zoning have never been published to the town citizens or discussed at any public town board meeting. That has been confusing to me. Maybe I'm wrong on some of this, but I don't believe I am, given the minutes that were published and witnesses that were at the town board meetings at that time. I guess I'm frustrated. The opinions of the town chair were unfounded. Opinions that were said to be illegal found not true. It's a frustrating process. I've never experienced something like this before. Again, my son and Mr. Ross have been 100% transparent and willing to change plans and zoning requests according to recommendations from the town. And I guess that's all I have to say. I hope that the town can see through the forest on this and approve this process of the rezoning request. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on any item on the agenda this evening? I see one other call. I'll call on the individual with Galaxy Note 8. Please go ahead and state your name and address for the record.
Brian Seaman, 3569 Sandpit Road, Oshkosh, Wisconsin, 54904.
Please go ahead, sir.
Good evening, members of the board. My wife and I coming forward that not only as a resident of the town, but a business owner within the town of Omro. Owners as well in support of approving the zoning project for the Ross and Wagner project. We firmly believe that the project will be an asset to our community and request the board to move forward with the approval. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak on any item on the agenda this evening or anything under county jurisdiction? I want to call on E.J. Wag. Please go ahead if you could state your name and address for the record.
Yeah.
My name is Glenn Anklum at 4375 Raymore Road, Omro. And I was on the planning commission when this Barony Estates was developed. Proposed land has been zoned commercial for over 20 years since this development. It was zoned commercial, so no houses were built along Highway 21. I am all for this commercial development. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak this evening on any item on the agenda or anything under county jurisdiction? Go ahead and raise your Zoom flag if you do. I once again call on E.J. Wag. If you could please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Anthony Potratz, 3866 County Road FF, 1 mile down to the west of where this land is. Been a resident here all my life, 75 years. I think it's really a big disgrace to our local governments that this thing can drag out like that, people changing their minds, saying one thing, doing something else. But I'm in full support of having this changed over to whatever it needs to be done so they can build these warehouses there. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak this evening? I'll say again, is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Please raise your Zoom hand, and I will call on you in session. If I see none, I'm going to go ahead and open up the mics just in case there is someone who is unable to open their hand. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? Mhm. Okay, I'm opening it up. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak that we may have missed this evening? And I'm just verifying because I want to give everyone the opportunity to speak. We're just making sure that the technology is allowing us to do so. Let me see if that works. Please give us 1 minute while we try to verify that all are indeed unmuted. Given it's open.
I just allowed people to unmute themselves. I don't know what's going on, but I'll check it back.
Okay, so at the moment, we've allowed everyone to unmute themselves if they wish to speak. This is my way of trying to give everyone an opportunity to speak. Is there anyone that we may have missed that wanted to speak on any item on the agenda this evening?
Yes, I'd like to speak.
If you can please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Sunday Wagner. My address is 4314 Stonegate Court, Oshkosh. And I would like to speak about the Ross Wagner property.
Please go ahead.
I just would like to voice my support for the project. My husband and I would like to build in the town of Amro. I know a few of these points have already been brought up, so I'll be very quick. I just believe that the location of the storage facility will be an asset to the community for many reasons. The buildings will help buffer the noise from the highway. The business will draw minimal traffic. Storage facilities are needed to accommodate new residential growth and restrictive neighborhood covenants. The tax revenue of the property benefits the community, and the property is already zoned commercial. My husband Eric has worked tirelessly on this project for well over a year. He approached the Amro Town Board in good faith, expecting to be treated in kind. And we would not be speaking on this matter tonight if that had happened. Eric and I appreciate you listening and considering the facts in this situation, and ask that you approve the B3 zoning petition to allow us to begin building our family business. Thank you.
Thank you. And if you could please go ahead and mute your mic, because we do have it still live. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak? They're able to unmute their mic at this time and then state their name and address for the record. Is there anyone else who wishes to speak this evening? You can unmute your mic and state your name and address for the record. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and close that portion of the agenda. And we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is correspondence. And for that, I'll call on Deputy Clerk Barthos.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Tonight we have a petition from Deborah Russell.
Please go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. We have a protest petition from Deborah Ruppnow objecting to proposed zoning ordinance.
That portion of the agenda, and we'll move on.
We're gonna have to live with the echo if you want to turn your microphone or your
Okay. Yeah. Should she come up there and shut this one?
We're going to have to try a different approach. She's going to utilize this one.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. We have a protest petition objecting proposed zoning ordinance number 4 from Deborah Ruppnow. We have resolutions from Florence County for the emergency declaration for COVID-19. That'll be referred to the Legislative Committee. One from La Crosse County in support of Wisconsin Opportunity Act, SB 467 and AB 508, and that will be referred to the Legislative Committee. And then we have one zoning petition from the town of Clayton for parcel number 006051903 in P and Parens, and that will be referred to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Clerk Barthels. So we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and that's reports from committees, commissions, and boards. If any supervisor has any reports from committee, commission, and board, please raise their Zoom hand, and then I will call on them in succession. So first, I will call on Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the Judiciary Committee, we'd like to invite people to contribute ideas for rules changes. Now's the time to speak up and write down and submit any ideas you have to change the rules on the county board. We urge you to focus tightly on and look at the rules we have now, avoid personal or partisan agendas, and give us either new rules or revised rules in writing. We will not do any editing. These will be due to me by May 31st, so they can be considered at the next judiciary meeting, which is June 8th. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Wingren. Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Emergency Management Committee met virtually Monday, May 4th. Director Linda Coleman, Deputy Director Eric Rasmussen, Associate Becky Powers. I would like to give a shout out to our 3-member staff with the responsibility to procure and distribute personal protection equipment to hospitals, nursing homes, and medical clinics. They also supplied pens and sanitizers to county municipalities for the April election. And the board would be pleased to learn that the manufacturer of our new mobile command post is ahead of schedule with a delivery date perhaps as early as July. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Next speaker, I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
All right. I just wanted to make a comment on some good news. We learned last week that the Bureau of Aeronautics has reanalyzed the amount of money that they are going to put towards a new building at the airport, and they have given us an additional $250,000 over and above the 1.8 that they originally were going to give us for the building. So that is some good news. That's all I have. Thank you, Chairman Shiloh.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Is there anyone else who has any reports from committees, commissions, and boards?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Please go
For some
ahead.
reason, my hand isn't waving for whatever reason.
All right, please go ahead.
We would plan on having a legislative meeting at the end of June. Hopefully everything will be back open and all committees can be formed to that. So if everyone wants to plan on having one towards the end of June, that's our scheduled planning as of right now.
Thank you very much, Vice Chairman Egan. I
Thank
see
you.
one other report. I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to report that the Winnebago County Land Conservation Department has completed the Land and Water Resource Management Plan for this county. We held a public hearing and there was no comment from the public. At our June meeting, the Land Conservation Committee will be approving or amending this document. I expect approval. Then from there, it goes to the state of Wisconsin. If they approve it, we'll be bringing it back to the Winnebago County Board for their approval. Sometime, I would think, maybe in August. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Is there anyone else who has any reports from committees, commissions, and boards? Seeing none, I'll close that portion of the evening and we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is approval of the March 17, 2020 and April 21, 2020, as well as the April 28, 2020 board proceedings. Is there a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second. The motion and a second to approve the minutes from March 17th, April 21st, and April 28th. Any discussion or changes from anyone? If you could please raise your hand and I'll call you if there are any changes or adjustments. I'll first call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go.
I'm sorry. Sorry, nothing.
Very good. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. We'll move on to the next item on the agenda, and that is the county executives report, followed by the county executives appointments. For that, I'll call on Executive Harris. Please go ahead, Executive Harris.
Welcome, board. I'm calling from home tonight, and I want to focus my time entirely on Resolution 20-05-2020. I know this to be a well-intended resolution, but I think it's extremely inadvisable. I'd like to talk a little bit about how the taxes work, how Act 185 interacts with that, and what my primary concerns are. Property taxes in Wisconsin are paid in arrears. For example, the 2019 taxes are due by January 31st, 2020, last January. Most taxpayers pay them by that date, and many pay them in December before that so that they can take them as an itemized deduction. But some taxpayers elect to pay them in installments instead. And the cities are generally 4 installment due dates: January 31st, March 31st, May 31st, and July. And these taxes include the taxes to the city, but they also include the school taxes, the county taxes, and the technical college taxes. In towns, there are generally only 2 installments, January 31st and July 31st. And then normally, about the 20th of August in each year, the county has to buy all of the unpaid taxes. So if money was not paid in taxes to a city or to a school district, the county has to pay those amounts to the city or to the school district or to the town or technical college. And then we hold the unpaid taxes. Now, we expect unpaid taxes to be significantly higher than a normal year this year. And that's whether this resolution passes or not. But all the rules regarding this process come from state statutes. They're not under the control of the county. And they provide for a 1% per month interest on taxes that are past due, and an optional 0.5% per month of penalty. And Winnebago County has never taken the penalty. We do not charge that. We just take the 1% per month interest that's provided by the state. And we have no ability to change these rules. Now, the state passed Act 185, and this would allow a modification of these rules that would allow payment of the last two installments, May 31st and July 31st, or just July 31st in the case of towns, to be deferred until October 1st, actually a little later with a grace period, without any interest. However, the county would still have to settle all the unpaid taxes and the paid taxes. The paid taxes on August 20th and the unpaid taxes on September 20th, which is before the new due date created by waiver of the installments and moving them to October. I think the state wanted to offer the possibility of a break to distressed taxpayers, but the state has no financial interest in it. They have no money on the line. The cities generally support this break, but it has very little impact on the cities. Nearly all the costs fall on the county. Now, the counties have been divided on the issue, but a majority of the counties, 49, have already said no. Only 6 counties have said yes. 7 counties have a resolution pending, including Winnebago County. And 18 counties have given no indication if they will even address the issue, which effectively vetoes it. If this resolution fails, we'll still expect to purchase between $7 and $8 million of unpaid taxes this year. However, if this resolution passes, and by the way, the Treasurer, Mary Krieger, and Vicki Fitzgerald, the Chief Financial Officer, are both listening to this meeting and can take questions you have as well. But all of us have concurred that if this is passed, it's likely to balloon the unpaid taxes. And we think it would be a minimum of $12 million that we'd have to purchase prior to the time that they're actually paid, and could easily be $20 million. In fact, at this point in time, there's $40 million of taxes that have not yet been paid. And all of those, in theory, could be pushed past the due date. This would put a tremendous stress on the county's liquidity. And the installment payers include many of the largest corporate taxpayers in the county. And many of the taxpayers that would take advantage of this, because quite frankly, we say right throughout the resolution that every taxpayer is in distress now. And corporations have a duty to their shareholders to maximize returns. So knowing the time value of money, I think many of them would take advantage of this. And there's absolutely nothing to suggest that they shouldn't at this point in time. So that the majority of the people that this would probably help are people that would otherwise pay their installments on time. And those people that are truly distressed and unable to pay the May and July installment are probably going to be among that $7 or $8 million of unpaid taxes at the settlement date, and represent people that may not be able to pay those taxes even when you get to October, leaving them in essentially the same position they would have been. I urge the board to vote down this resolution, and I'm going to hit some of the main reasons why I think this is a bad item. First of all, it's terrible public policy. You're actually encouraging people and corporations that would otherwise make timely installments to delay those installments. It puts incredible liquidity demands on the counties and will force most counties to borrow millions of dollars in the market in order to pay for the unpaid taxes. In our case, we have quite a bit of reserves, but we would have to liquidate those reserves to pay those taxes. and it would leave us with little liquidity for dealing with other financial pressures caused by the COVID-19 virus. We don't know how much revenue we're going to lose from lost events. We don't know how much additional costs we're going to incur in the health department to deal with COVID-19. And there's very likely to be a budget bill from the state, and we don't know how much revenue we might lose as a result of that. If we do pass this, distressed taxpayers will undoubtedly ask for additional time in 2020 when those taxes are due. And the county is likely to be under some distress next January. The county may end up carrying an unusually large amount of unpaid taxes for several years. You know, one of the ways we collect taxes that are unpaid is that if the property is sold, we get paid at that time. In other cases, we get our money when the property is foreclosed on. And we hope to never foreclose on people, but there are times it comes to that. Well, it doesn't go to foreclosure until they're 3 years behind on their taxes. And then it may take quite a bit of time for that process to be completed and for the property to be liquidated. The county is well positioned right now. And I'm hoping that we can use that position to continue the normal operations of the county through 2020 and 2021. And I believe this bill might put that somewhat in jeopardy. And you have to ask yourself, is this even fair to taxpayers that paid their taxes back in January when they were due, to allow other taxpayers to string along their unpaid taxes all the way to October of this year? At this point in time, there's $40 million of taxes that are not yet paid. I believe the majority of those will be paid, and nearly all of them would be paid if this resolution isn't passed. But if it is passed, I believe half of that amount will be unpaid as of the settlement date, and the county will have to come up with the money to make the school districts, the cities, the towns, the tech school, make them whole. They get all their money whether the taxes are paid or not, and they get it from us. But we have to wait until that money is collected. And I think we're putting ourselves in a bad position. And the overwhelming majority of counties that have dealt with this issue have concluded that this is a bad idea as well. And I'll conclude those remarks. I don't know if there's an ability to ask questions.
Can't hear you, Shiloh.
Thank you. I appreciate that, Supervisor Powers. I'm going to go ahead and allow the supervisors to ask questions. But what I'd ask the supervisors to do is to do just that, that it be a question in regards to the county executive's comments rather than a debate or a point in regards to the actual resolution, because we will take it up under debate later in our last resolution. So this really is an opportunity for you to ask a clarifying question of the comments from the county executive. And so first, I will call on Supervisor Norton, but please keep it to a question or clarification of the county executive comments. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton. Supervisor Norton, are you able to go ahead and unmute your mic? There you go.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My question to you, County Executive Harris, is Brown County, starting tomorrow, are going to have a series of virtual meetings of how their county can open up. Rock County passed a resolution last week at their board meeting creating a task force on how their county can open up. Do you plan on having any of these activities happen in this county? Why or why not?
If I'm unmuted, I'll answer that. We do have to, I'm going to meet with some of the management team, and we will have to make decisions on the process of opening up the county. But I would remind the board that when the Supreme Court struck down the stay-at-home order, it was because they felt procedures hadn't been followed. It was no indication that the situation had become safer. And in fact, we continue to see a slow rise in cases here. And I would expect that increase to accelerate with the opening of group meetings. So I think the county is going to take its time opening up because of the exposure that it might cause to the virus. And I'll point out that we've already had one case of COVID-19 with an employee of Parkview Nursing Home. And we've had to test all of the staff and all of the residents. So far, all the tests have come back negative. But you can imagine what the risks are of COVID-19 coming into either the jail or the nursing home or the crisis center. And I don't think we want to rush things.
Mr. Chairman, I guess I would have a follow-up. You
Please.
told me you have plans, but when are the things going to be announced? And I guess I'm a little adamant, Mr. Chairman. You know, 2 months ago, when we were on the other end of this, when this first started, I asked the county executive the same question. He didn't really give me a complete answer. And I think I, and maybe the people of this county want to know, when will this be revealed? Because I think they want answers. When people contact me, like they did last Friday, about what's the county going to do, I need to give them answers. And you can plan, and I guess I'm happy to hear or glad to hear you're having a plan, but when are we going to reveal these plans? And when are we going to, so the public will know what are the guidelines and what are we going to open up as a county? And that's what I'm asking. That's what other counties are doing. I don't really get that from you, and I guess I would like to hear that if I could.
Well, I will meet with some of the management team. We have not met yet. I've actually been home with fever and chills for several days, but I will meet with some of the management team to lay out a plan. We have not decided on one yet, but my advice would be to go very slow. The risk from COVID-19 has not decreased at all. That's not what the Supreme Court case was about. The Supreme Court case was about whether there was overreach in establishing the stay-at-home order. We weren't closed because of the stay-at-home order. We were closed because of the risk of COVID spread, and I hope to continue protecting the county employees.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. I'll next call on Supervisor Barry. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Please go ahead.
Thank you. Mark, going back to Resolution 20, your comment was that the county might have to upfront about $20 million if this is approved. The question then becomes, have you done some kind of an analysis to determine if we upfront the $20 million, actually recover paid taxes?
Executive Harris?
If our estimate is right and we have to put forward 20 million that we haven't collected yet, then to the extent that people who deferred their May and their July installments till October, if they actually can pay in October and do so, then we would get that cash back. Although there would be no interest earnings on it. And I remind you again, we don't charge any penalty in Winnebago County, although many counties do. We do not. So we would get that money back to the extent that people actually pay it. But there's good reason to suspect that some people that don't make the May and July installments would still be unable to pay those taxes in full when they became due at the new date in October. And in that case, we would be carrying those as unpaid taxes until they did pay them. And just a reminder that can often last until the property's sold. And I think we're going to see some changes in the marketability of certain types of property because of the changes in the economy, or until it's foreclosed on. And we hope to never foreclose on anybody, but that doesn't incur until more than 3 years after the missed payments.
Okay, thank you. I'll follow. Also might comment, Mr. Chairman, in referencing the COVID-19 issue. Mark, I think you're doing a good job. I strongly support your continued initiative and focus in protecting the residents of this county and obviously the employees of the county board. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. Next speaker, I'll call on Supervisor Powers.
Thank
Please
you,
go
Mr.
ahead.
Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. County Executive Harris, my question to you is, did I understand that what you're saying is that taxes that people are paying now were actually for tax year 2019, and they're pleading trouble now because of what's happened just the last 2 months?
I believe that's the case. Taxes in Wisconsin are in arrears, so you pay your 2019 taxes by January 31st of 2020, unless you elect to pay them installments, in which case, if you're in a city, for instance, you'll pay them in 4 installments, with the final payment being July 31st. But those relate back to the 2019 taxes.
My follow-up question, I guess, is that I'm sure that nobody sitting on the Winnebago County Board wants to see our neighbors foreclosed on or punished for not having money to pay taxes. But it sounds to me like you're saying that these are taxes that should have been covered some months before the COVID crisis hit, number one. And number two, I think you're also saying that large corporations in our county would be, if we pass this, would be able to take advantage of not paying their taxes, just the same as a homeowner of a single family residence or a small business mom and pop shop on Main Street. Is that correct? The big corps would have the same ability to delay their taxes?
That is correct, and by law, you can't discriminate by the type of taxpayer.
Yeah.
And most of the largest corporations in Wisconsin, in Winnebago County, do pay their taxes on the installment because they recognize there's a value to hanging on to their money longer. And that's just a prudent business policy.
Okay, that's it of my questions, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Harris, I want to follow up on what Mr. Norton began line of questioning, and I applaud him for bringing it up in a very respectful way. This is a very difficult issue, but I just, my ears perked up when you said the county is going very slow, but the virus is not. How do you slow it down? To go very slow might be just the worst thing we can do. I thought that last week's action by our corporation council was ridiculous. To give advice without, I thought, much thought. After our health director said, keep it closed in spite of the Supreme Court, all of a sudden, no, it's against the law. However, Milwaukee and Dane County said, no, you keep the safeguards in place. So, meeting with the management team is wonderful. I think that's great. You have a great team. But I think, I would, again, very respectfully suggest you are the leader. You are the leader. We need to have some, you choose, you're the leader or the follower. And a leader without followers is just another guy out for a walk. So I encourage you to continue on the path you're going, but speed it up. Don't slow it down. Again, thank you.
Well, the reference to going slow was with regard to reopening the county offices. But you do raise something that needs some explanation. When the court struck down the state's health officers' extension of the stay-at-home order, the legislature had already given authority to the health directors to make declarations. That's actually something that neither the board nor myself as county executive had power to do, only the health director. So the health director joined with several neighboring counties and communities, and they used the same pro forma document. But the document required underlying statutes and ordinances, and some of the larger counties had that extensive ordinances that would support enforcement of it, whereas our county did not have that. So while it was completely legal for the health director to put out the order, our rules did not give him the authority to actually call for enforcement. So it was actually the health director himself that decided that if his order could not be enforced, that it needed to be withdrawn. And in fact, nearly all the counties and cities that had used that pro forma document ended up withdrawing them that day. And we were just one of the later ones to withdraw it.
Thank you, Supervisor. Next speaker is Supervisor Snyder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mark or Vicky or Mary, I'm just wondering, what is the least harm to the county? To take out a loan to cover these taxes, to make the cities, towns whole, or to use it from our undesignated fund damage or fund balance? What is the least harm?
If we can afford to take it all out of the undesignated fund balance, that would be less costly than joining with other counties in some sort of bond issue, because there's a cost to doing a bond issue or doing a borrowing in addition to the interest cost. Because mind you, most of this money could come back relatively quickly. So it's not the interest cost for a short interim on that portion that would come back quickly, but the cost of initially obtaining the credit. You know, like when we do a bond issue, there might be $25,000 in fees. There also is a cost in this Act 185 of lost interest income, but that's not our primary concern. But that could be a couple $100,000. The real concern is that loss of liquidity, because remember, we use those same reserves for other things. For instance, when we do a highway project, we pay for that project out of the general fund, you know, out of that undesignated balance until we go out for bonding one time a year. So if you tie up that liquidity, if our general fund becomes, you know, loaded up with unpaid taxes instead of with liquid investments, then we can't use that money, for instance, to complete a highway project or to fill in a gap in the funding in the human service area or for the nursing home or for anything else.
Okay, that's helpful to me. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Supervisor Snyder. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. Mark, I appreciate all the legwork you did on facts and figures for where we're headed with delinquent taxes. And I call them that because that's what they are. And I had a couple emails to Mary because I have been involved in this situation with the township over the years, so I know how the settlement goes down. So I appreciate all your homework that you did. We do not have any guarantees that the people who are delayed without any interest payment will indeed pay those taxes. We do not know everyone's individual situation, so they may not pay them, as we find out every year that there are always delinquent taxes people don't pay. And if I'm not mistaken, it's about a 3-year process in order to foreclose on someone. It doesn't happen overnight. And certainly we do not want to foreclose on anyone. But here's a perspective that I want to kind of reiterate what you had said. There are people in big business in this county that are going to take advantage of that because you cannot discriminate. And they can claim hardship for one reason or another, If they just sign a waiver, there will be a big corporation that goes, why wouldn't I do this? We've lost business, we've lost orders. We will look at our reserves and tell our shareholders that we have this chance to delay tax payments. So that is a little bit of a, you can't discriminate. Then you have the people who paid their taxes last year, and they're wondering, oh, well, we've got some tough times. What is the county doing for me on my property taxes that I've already paid? So it's kind of a double-edged knife, and I do want to help people. That's not what this is all about. And my major concern is, if we take that money from our reserves, and we talk about this all the time at budget, and those reserves fall below a certain amount, our bonding capability changes for us to go bond. Our bond rating would change. That worries me. If we go out and borrow, we have no idea when we'll have the money to pay that back, because we do not know who's going to pay their taxes in October and who's going to just let them be delinquent and say, I can't do it, I can't do it, I can't do it. So I appreciate all you've done on this, and I've read this resolution 5 or 6 times because I'm not sure what is the right answer, but I do appreciate all your information that you put forth to the board. Thank you.
Thank
As a
you,
response, I
Supervisor
would say I really do agree with what you said. I would just say that in the case of corporations or businesses, they've got a duty to maximize return to their shareholders. And if they have the opportunity to defer installments to a later date without any interest or penalty, then they may feel obligated to do that. And as far as, they might be under some distress or hardship, even though they otherwise would have paid those installments. But even in this resolution, it says in several places that that all the taxpayers are experiencing economic hardship and uncertainty in the county's business community, households throughout the county, and for every county property taxpayer. So the resolution itself identifies all the taxpayers as people suffering hardship. So it would be very difficult to exclude them from this break if we pass it. I know some counties have put in, additional verbiage that essentially is just puffery. It wouldn't have the effect of law. And others have required that a form be filled out. But the very people that I think the board supporters of this resolution hope to help are the very ones that wouldn't know about getting that form done and getting it done at the time of the installments. So adding a criteria like that would tend to discriminate in a different way, making those that are most connected and most informed eligible for the break, and excluding those individuals that we're probably trying to help most because they wouldn't know about that form. Because remember, they don't come to the county. If they're not paying their taxes, we have no contact with them. But even if they are paying their taxes in the installments, they would come into their town halls or their city halls. They wouldn't be coming in to talk to the county. And I'm afraid that people that can't afford to pay, people that are truly in distress, would simply not make their payments and would not know of any additional form or requirement. So that would just be a different type of discrimination, discriminating against those that are not well connected and as fully informed, rather than discriminating, based on what type of taxpayer they are.
Anything further, Supervisor Gallo? Okay, we'll move on to the next speaker, and I see Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
Hi. Currently, we're one of 7 counties that does not have a 0.5% sales tax. Do you feel that if we would forgive that interest, that we could maybe perhaps put ourselves in a position where we would have to have that sales tax in future years? I know Outagamie County, Fond du Lac County, the 0.5% sales tax would give Winnebago County $15 million a year. Not that we ever want to do that, but if we did get ourselves in trouble by forgiving this interest, we would be able to bail ourselves out, correct?
That's certainly an option that we have legally, but I have to say that at this particular point in time, it's actually good for the county that we don't have the sales tax, because counties that adopted it and applied the growth in those sales tax receipts over time to operations now are going to see a significant drop in sales tax revenues, and that could create a hole in their budget. And anytime you do have a sales tax, you need to have larger reserves, because while sales tax generally grow from year to year, they can take a sharp turn in the opposite direction. So it would still be an option, but not one that I'm advocating at this point in time.
And then one other question, you know, like Brown County and Outagamie County, they had where you had walk-up testing. Why don't Winnebago County have walk-up testing for, I mean, we could have it at the Expo Center. It's like, why do we have to drive to Outagamie County or Brown County? We ought to have that in our county. The last meeting, I said we needed more testing in this county, and I still do believe that. Our numbers are low, but it's almost impossible to get a test.
The site at Fox Valley Technical College, the site at Fox Valley Technical College is a tri-county site. It's for Brown, Outagamie, and Winnebago. And I actually was there today to get a COVID test, and was amazed at how efficiently they operate. But it would be nice to have one in the future right here. But that was intended to serve a tri-county area.
Okay, because yeah, like elderly people, they don't have the ability to maybe to get to Outagamie County. So if you're using the busing system, or, you know, we should have some place in Winnebago County where we can take care of our citizens.
Thank you, Supervisor.
I agree.
Thank you, Supervisor Bender. Next speaker, I see a call in from the conference room. I'll go ahead and unmute the mic. Please go ahead.
That was by mistake. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other call-ins, we'll move on to the county executive's appointments. Please go ahead, Executive Harris.
Chairman, because I'm at home, I actually only have the cover sheet. And what I'm wondering is if the board would tolerate me accelerating the process by reading all of the appointments and letting them either adopt them as a group or separate out ones that they don't intend to approve.
Okay, let's go ahead and try that. And if there's an objection from any supervisor, then they'll be able to raise their hand, and we'll be able to deal with that accordingly. So please go ahead.
I'd like to reappoint Paul Janty to the Aging and Disability Resource Center. Reappoint Larry Lautenschlager to the Oshkosh Library Board. Appoint Tom Schneider, Steve Binder, and Michael Brunn to the UW Fox Valley Board of Trustees. Appoint Cynthia Wilt to the Menasha Library Board. Appoint Jesse Coates to the Winnebago County Housing Authority. Appoint Supervisor Susan Locke, Jerry Conrad to the Solid Waste Management Board. I think I missed some there perhaps. Michael Easker to that board as well. And those are all my appointments.
So is there a motion to approve all of the county executives?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Supervisor Steiner, did you have anything further?
The only thing I'd like to do is just clarify something for Executive Harris. In the future, our name is now UWO-Fox Cities Campus. I think everybody knows what your intent was, but the new formal name is UWO-Fox Cities Campus.
Very good, Supervisor Snyder, and thanks for the clarification with the state law change recently. So thanks, appreciate that clarification. There was a motion and a second. Any discussion in regards to all of the county executives' appointments? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously. So that concludes the county executive's report and the county executive appointments. So we'll move down to the county board chairman's report. So first thing I wanted to do was make sure to thank our public health officer, Doug Gearin, and the public health department, certainly for all of their efforts over the past several months, but also for their efforts last week. They were dealing with changes that were literally occurring by the hour almost. And so they were doing the best that they could under the circumstances. And I just want to recognize them for that efforts, and also just recognize how challenging that can be. So I just want to say thank you, Director Gearin, and to the public health staff for their efforts throughout, as well as your efforts during changing times, particularly last week. Also wanted to
personal privilege.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
I have a problem with the votes that we've taken, because we're having a voice vote, and all of the supervisors' microphones are off. How could you record a recorded vote?
So
a voice vote when there's no microphones on.
So what I can tell you, Supervisor Eisen, is I can hear them on my end. So I'm actually hearing when you all are saying aye on my end. I guess with the system, you might not be hearing, but I certainly am hearing over here. That's a good question, and I can appreciate why you.
Well, then the microphones, then when the microphones are off, they're really on.
They are in fact partly on, and some folks, when they're unmuting, you've probably seen that some folks are unmuting themselves at different times.
Well, I'll accept the digital answer, but it's difficult for me to comprehend how you can hear us when the microphone is off.
Well, it's a fair question. All I can tell you is I can assure you that I can hear you from this end very loud and clear when we're doing it. What I could do is, I suppose I could take the mute off on my end. What I suspect that's going to do is it's going to cause a lot of feedback, I'm guessing, when everyone says it, but I can hear it very clearly on this end. And so can the clerk, just so you all are aware. Fair question though, Supervisor Eisen. Next call on, it looks like Supervisor Gordon, you have a question? Please go ahead, Supervisor Gordon.
I just wanted to say to Supervisor Eisen, when he votes, all he has to do is press the space bar and it will temporarily unmute his computer so he can say aye, hit the space bar, say aye, and it will be counted.
Thank you, Supervisor Gordon. Very good. So just a couple more things. I want to make sure that everyone knows that we'll be announcing a date for the Committee on Committees sometime within the next week or two. What I can tell you is I will hold to what I said at the last time, that we'll make sure we have a Committee on Committees between mid-June and the end of June, probably more likely in mid-June. But we will definitely let you all know in advance as to when that would be. Also wanted to let folks know that the WCA Steering Committee nominations are due by the end of this week. So for folks who have been involved in the past, they would be aware of that. But for anyone who is interested, please fill out your nomination form and make sure to turn it in by the end of the week. And then I had a couple of items that I wanted to ask the Corporation Council to review briefly with everyone. And those two items were, one, to explain what a walking quorum is, because I know questions have come up about that just recently. And two, to just review briefly the state law and the changes that occurred in regards to the Safer at Home and the health officer's authority related to those state laws. So I asked her if she could just speak and give some context in regards to both of those issues. So I'm going to go ahead and call on Corporation Counsel Mary Ann Miller. Please go ahead, Corporation Counsel.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. In terms of the Safer at Home order, as most people know, on the evening of May 13th, last Wednesday, The Supreme Court issued a decision in the case of the Wisconsin Legislature versus Secretary-designee Palm, a 166-page decision. And essentially, the Supreme Court struck down in most requests the safer at home order issued to combat COVID-19. Justice Rogenstack authored the majority opinion, but I would also add that she proceeded to file a concurring opinion. So while she authored the majority opinion, she also said, well, I would actually like something else to be done, and that was regarding staying the decision, which the majority said, no, it shouldn't be stayed, but she had indicated she wanted it stayed. But the bottom line is, where does that leave our county? Our local health officer has the ability, as was earlier referenced, to issue orders relating to the prevention of communicable diseases under 252.03. The Supreme Court order, if people want to read the 166-page opinion, addressed DH's authority under 252.02, not local health officers' authority under 252.03. 252.03 specifies specifically, and I quote, the local health officer shall promptly take all measures necessary to prevent, suppress, and control communicable diseases. The statute goes on to say, local health officers may do what is reasonable and necessary for the prevention and suppression of disease. In its opinion, the Supreme Court talked about criminal sanctions and basically concluded that statute 252 did not have required specificity for criminal sanctions. So that meant counties were left to enforce their authority of 252.03 based on ordinances or administrative enforcement. As County Executive Harris referenced, unfortunately, Chapter 11 of our General Code has no section devoted to communicable disease. They talk about public assistance, they talk about licensure and regulation of establishments such as retail food, swimming pools, camps, vending machines, tattoo parlors. They talk about rabies vaccinations. They talk about pet stores and commercial kennels, but again, no reference to communicable disease. Accordingly, our health officer did not have authority based on ordinance. There is reference to perhaps going versus injunctive relief. My understanding, and obviously this is a policy question, not a legal question, is they will be looking at supplementing the ordinances. I would also note that my research has noted that months after this virus has began spreading, there is only about 3% of the United States population that has been tested for it, leaving its true scale and path unknown. So that's what I can tell you regarding the Supreme Court decision. In terms of open meetings law, and this is just a quick reminder, the question is, can members of a governmental body violate the open meeting law by communicating regarding business via telephone or email? And the answer is a resounding yes. The Wisconsin Supreme Court has held that open meetings law applies whenever members of a governmental body meet to engage in government business, whether it's for purposes of discussion, decision, or information gathering. The case that stands for that proposition is the Showers case that came down in 1987. In Showers, the court recognized that members of a governmental body can violate the open meeting law by participating in what is called a walking quorum. A walking quorum is a series of gatherings among separate groups of members, each less than a quorum size, who agree either tacitly or explicitly to act and vote in a certain manner in numbers sufficient to reach a quorum. Recognizing that a walking quorum may produce a predetermined outcome and deprive the public the opportunity to observe the decision-making process, Wisconsin courts have long warned public officials that any attempt to circumvent a public meeting through use of a walk-in forum is subject to prosecution. And I would also note that if in fact you are fined for any such violation, such penalties must be paid out of the member's own pocket, not the county's pocket. I would just add that the language in the Showers case, and I'll quote it, talks about the fact that, and I quote, and this is from the Supreme Court, the open meeting law is concerned with the potential to determine the outcome, not with the likelihood that an alliance may or may not be formed. Well, the legislature knew that politics makes strange bedfellows. Today's enemy may become tomorrow's ally. Shifting agendas and shifting alliances can and often do lead to unpredictable results. When a group of government officials gather to engage in formal or informal government business, and that group has the potential to determine the outcome of a proposal, the public has a right to know fully the deliberations of that group. The public is entitled to know less, and I am that quote. So bottom line is you all need to be mindful of the open meetings law and how, especially in this age of emails and Zoom and electronics, that you really would be violating it and face severe sanctions that would come out of your own pocket.
Can't hear you, Shiloh.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Yes, this was a question I had for you, Mr. Chairman. Have we announced yet the winners of the county scholarships? And if not, when will those be announced? That's all.
I actually have them to sign after this meeting is the answer. So they'll be announced within the next 2 weeks, it's fair to say. I literally was given the file before I walked in the room today.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for the question. Next question is Supervisor Defferding. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This question is to Corporation Counsel. What does the Supreme Court ruling have any impact upon the declaration of emergency that we voted on previously? And if so, what effect does it have?
It does not have, okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Okay. It does not have an effect on the emergency declaration that was issued by the county executive.
Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferding. Next speaker will be Supervisor Snyder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is for Corporation Counsel as well. Does the walking quorum conversation have anything to do with the fact that I can see that there are a number 13 people in a chat session on the bottom of my screen as we speak? Is that any part of this?
Absolutely. Yes, Mr. Schneider, that is absolutely part of it. Because if there's any suggestion, as I've indicated, to try to influence something, and you don't need a majority, but if you can do that, that is a problem. So yes, thank you for being so insightful.
Thank you, Supervisor Snyder. Next speaker, Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you have chosen the committee on committee members, could you tell us who they are?
I will announce that very shortly for you. I knew I would get that question likely this evening, but I will announce that very shortly.
And also in regard to the WCA committees, which I've been a member of for years, I have received no application to actually sign up for another 2 years. So do I call the clerk, or how do you want me to do that?
Yes, that's correct. Please contact the clerk.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. And next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mary Ann, could you also please comment on the use of cell phones in committee meetings or board meetings where there's conversation going on about the agenda items, just to clarify for everyone? Thank you.
Yes, also cell phones would fall within the whole issues of walking quorum. So you're saying if someone's in the middle of a committee meeting and they're making a call to someone else?
Or they're having chats on through text or whatever other means.
And that's a problem, because again, you would be, if there's an attempt to influence the outcome, you are violating open meetings. And again, it is quite clear that you are subject to sanctions for doing that. And again, it's because you're essentially negating the importance of transparency and undermining what our state relies on in terms of openness.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you, Supervisor Shorsey. You know, other Collins, just one other point I wanted to let you know is that behind the scenes today, our county clerk has been working to some degree with the roll call app. That's an application that you would receive some information on in the past. I'm just letting you know that because in the future, we'll plan to have some further information in regards to the utilization of the roll call app. Now's the time when this sort of technology, as we all can understand, could be particularly put to good use. I just wanted to let you know. I see one of the call-in, Supervisor Snyder, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is maybe clarification for my point of view. I received something from Wisconsin Counties Association to reapply for my position on a steering committee. I did that online. Does that have to go through you, Mr. Chairman, again?
Mm-hmm. Yes, there's typically something that I would have to sign. So if you can make sure just to touch base with the county clerk tomorrow, and we'll make sure we'll do whatever we need to do for you.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, seeing no other call-ins, we'll go ahead and close that portion of the agenda. So we'll move to zoning reports and ordinances. We have a number of them this evening. So the first one is April report number 001. Edward T. and Joan M. Kerr, the town of Wolf River. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Joas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for adoption of April report number 001.
The motion, is there a second?
Second.
There is a second. Any discussion in regards to April report number 001? If you could please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye. Motion carried unanimously. Moving on down then to amendatory ordinance number 040120, rezoning from B3 community business to B3 regional business for tax parcel number 032-0544-02. Once again, I'll call on Supervisor Joas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for adoption of amendatory ordinance number 04/01/20.
There was a motion. Was there a second?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion in regards to mandatory ordinance number 040120? You can please raise your hand if you're seeing none. We'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? Aye. Any opposition? Motion carries unanimously. I heard no nays. And we'll move on down to the next report. That's April report number 002 Horseshoe Storage, Town of Algoma. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Buck.
I move for approval of report number 002.
Second.
There's a motion, and I did hear a second for approval of report number 002. Any discussion? If you could please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, say nay. That motion carried unanimously. Moving on down to mandatory ordinance number 040220, rezoning from R1 rural residential, I2 heavy industrial to I1 light industrial, tax parcel number 002-1426, 002-0211-0201, 002-0211-02, and 002-0211-01. Let's go. I'll call on Supervisor Buck.
I move for approval of mandatory ordinance number 040220.
Second.
And I did hear a second. Any discussion in regards to a mandatory ordinance number 040220? Raise your hand if you have any discussion. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, say nay. That motion carried unanimously. So moving on down to the second page, which is report, the third report. That's April report number 003, John Marr Investments LLC, Town of Alamo. So that also on Supervisor Ellis. You can go ahead and unmute your mic, Supervisor Ellis. Supervisor Ellis?
That was not my dog.
Mine either.
Thank you, Supervisor. We'll just hold for a second here for a motion from Supervisor Ellis. Seeing none, I'll call on Vice Chairperson Egan for a motion to approve April report number 003.
So move.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to approve April report number 003. Any discussion, please raise your hand. I see one. I'll call on Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you, Chairman Ramos. A lot was said on this already this evening from a lot of people in the gallery.
Supervisor Gabbard, I just want to make sure you know that agenda item will be actually the next one.
Oh, sorry.
All right. I didn't mean to cut you off, but I wanted to, because I knew what you were trying to say.
Sorry.
All right, no problem. Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Any other discussion in regards to April report number 003? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Hearing no opposition, that motion carries unanimously. Moving on down to a mandatory ordinance number 040320, rezoning from R1 rural residential, E3 regional business, E2 community business, and E2 general agriculture to R1 rural residential and B2 community business. Tax parcel numbers 016-0363, 016-0363, 016-0363-02, and finally 016-0361. That I'll call on Supervisor Ellis. Go ahead and unmute your mic, Supervisor Ellis. There you go. Please go ahead, Supervisor Ellis.
Report number 004.
This is a mandatory ordinance number 040320. I'm looking for a motion by you to approve.
I make a motion to approve that 00.
There's a motion to approve a mandatory ordinance number 040320. Is there a second?
Second.
There's a second. Any discussion? Please go ahead and raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll let them do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, say nay. Hearing no nays, that motion carries unanimously. So now we're moving on to the fourth report. That is the one where there was a fair amount of discussion in the open forum. And that is April report number 004, Harvey C. and Renee M. Ross, Town of Amro. For that, I'll once again call on Supervisor Ellis.
Report on 004.
Yes, I'm looking for a motion to approve it.
A motion to approve. 004.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve April report number 004. Any discussion? I see a number of hands. Before I do that though, what I'd like to ask, now that it's on the floor, is to ask the Corporation Counsel if she could just provide a little context in regards to the state statute that applies to this case because of some of the, I think some of the debate maybe about that, and I think it might be helpful if she does that. So Corporation Counsel, could you just provide some context in regards to the state statute that covers?
Absolutely, Chairman. The statute that is applicable to this report number 4 is statute 59.69 sub 5 sub E sub 3, which specifically provides in pertinent part, an agency may not recommend approval of the petition without change, but may only recommend approval with change or recommend disapproval. You will note in report number 4 that the request was to rezone to A2 general agriculture. However, the committee voted that it should be rezoned to B3. When I saw that, I asked Kerry Rowe, who's sitting in here, how that came to be, and he did point out, well, the statute allowed it. And sure enough, the language is, again, agency may not recommend approval of the petition without change. So they could not recommend an A2. They decided to recommend a B3, and based on the statutory wording, that is the course they decided, and they were able to do that. Would you like me to go through the protest petition as well, or should we just deal with the report right now?
For the moment, I just wanted to give you the clarification of the state law, and then if people have other questions, certainly we'll call on you if needed. Okay, so Corporation Counsel.
Thank you.
Thank you. And just one added clarification that I'm going to open it up for questions and comments. He was also referring to is that the original request was to A2. However, because the town did not approve to A2, the Planning and Zoning Committee only had two options. Either they'd uphold the denial, or they would have to make a change, recommended change to a different zoning because of that fact. They could not approve for A2 because that was denied by the town. So they did not have that option. So I just wanted to add extra context there. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and call on Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead.
Yes. Yes. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As we all have observed, because the clerk just recently received a protest petition from the town of Amro clerk concerning this zoning report and ordinance number 4 for Harvey and Renee Ross, I move that this item be referred back to the Planning and Zoning Committee to reconcile the protest correspondence and the report and the proposed ordinance. This is far too complicated for us to handle and resolve and debate in the format that we're dealing. And if we go back to the committee and let them look at that protest petition and reconcile it with the request, they can come back to us at the next meeting and we can breeze right through it. So I'm looking for someone to second that referral back.
So there's a motion to refer it back to the Planning and Zoning Committee. Is there a second? Hearing none, that dies for a lack of second. So we will move on to then Supervisor Gabbard. Please go ahead, Supervisor Gabbard.
Thank you. As a member of the Planning and Zoning Committee, and I did vote for this, as you know, it was unanimous. Our only choice was what corporate counsel said. We either had to approve B3 or deny it. And I think they'll all verify we have 141 pages of documentation and 3 public hearings and a lot of conversation between both parties. And initially it was suggested to go to B3 by the town of Amro chairman. And then it was changed. No, maybe not. Maybe you should go to A2. So listening to both sides and listening to all the documentation that was presented to us for those storage buildings, the prospective builder has done due diligence on everything. When Mr. Wagner was asked questions about certain things, he complied. He did whatever was asked of the committee. I was one that said, could we not have outside storage? Immediately he went, if that's what would help get this through, I won't have outside storage. That was concerning to me. That's why I brought it up, because I don't like outside storage because it detracts from the neighborhood. He's met all the criteria. He's done his due diligence. We've been at this on our committee for 3 months, 3 public hearings. I think when Supervisor Defferting changed it to the B3 approval, that was a good task on his part. So I would approve this and would want to move forward so that the owner and the prospective builder could proceed with this process of building those storage units. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari. And if you could unmute yourself, Supervisor Fari.
There you go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you. Please go ahead.
First of all, I did second the motion to refer back, but it wasn't heard, so I'll withdraw that.
Okay.
And let me address the current situation. It's unfortunate that a town and the county planning and zoning department cannot agree on the land use plan that the county adopted, because we basically have in this county a town-county land use plan, because all of the town's plans are incorporated into the county plan. And that seems to be the difference of misunderstanding of how to apply that plan to this specific request. After I received this, I've spent multiple hours going through this and talking to Mr. Knoll and others, Mary Beth Gabbard and others. It comes down to that particular piece of property is planned for commercial. However, and it's currently zone B2. There was reference to from an attorney in regard to a parcel of property adjacent to this that is currently zone B3. I think if you research that, you'll find that parcel is what they call legal non-conforming. In other words, it wouldn't meet the current standards of the current ordinance. And I'm going to suggest this parcel does not either. If you read the B3 zoning ordinance, it clearly states you need to have 20 acres of land or more to establish this zoning within that district. This property is less than 18 acres. So I'm I hate to say this, but I just cannot concur with the committee's direction that this is a proper zoning approval. You need to meet that acreage requirement. The B2 zoning requires less acreage, and so does B1. So, I mean, it's really unfortunate that we have a town in this county that can't reach agreement with the committee and the department. So therefore, I'm going to have trouble supporting this. I think the committee's responsibility was to follow their ordinance, and I don't believe they've done that. So if Mr. Egan would care to respond to that, I'd be certainly welcome to his comments.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari. We'll give Vice Chairman Egan an opportunity after Supervisor Defferting and after Supervisor Powers. And then we got one other individual, then we will come back to Vice Chairman Egan.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Defferting, please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In this particular instance, there's, there are some property owners that are negligent, and then there are those that that take great care into everyone's concerns. And in this particular case, this is where Mr. Wagner and Harvey Ross, they addressed everyone's concerns within their district. There was issues of light pollution. They've actually addressed that with regards to having all the lights pointing downward and at a certain wattage so that there isn't any light pollution. They addressed the issues of security. They made sure that there was one entrance and exit so that there isn't any possible issues of theft. They have cameras, 24/7 cameras that they would be installing. They even went so far to put in the money to put in a berm and a row of trees to make sure that the neighbors are not going to be, some neighbors are not going to be seeing it all the time. And, there was also an argument raised in regards to of the depreciating value in the neighborhood. And I just completely object to that, because one of the factors of a depreciating value in a neighborhood is if there's a bunch of junk laying around in someone's yard. Well, a storage facility actually addresses that issue, and it provides that resolution for that neighborhood. So you're actually helping out the property value rather than lessening the property value. And they also address the issues of stormwater too. They will be digging a ditch in a certain area to make sure that there's going to be proper water retention. So in this particular case, I did not think that, we made sure that this was approved with those conditions, and that we will go forward and make sure that we'll be revisiting the site later on to make sure that all those conditions have been met. I think at the end of the day, and I hate to say this, but there was a lot of NIMBYs in this neighborhood, people that just simply did not want to look at storage facilities in their neighborhood. But I do remember that Supervisor Egan asked the question to somebody on the town board, saying, what if you're not going to sell this for storage, then what do you want to do? Just have this person sit there with nothing? And that's basically what they want. They want to make sure that that land is just not sellable. So I think this whole entire thing is completely unfair. And that's why I made the suggestion in regards to making the change to B3, as long as it's within those ordinances. So so that's why I fully support this. As in regards to the land part, the area that Supervisor Fari brought up, and that's something that admittedly has slipped by me, and I'm not sure on that one. But at the same time, I think that this is. I think that we should go forward with this, and I hope that the county will vote yes.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. So we have a number of call-ins. So what we'll have next, Supervisor Powers, followed by an individual at the county executive room, and then, as I mentioned earlier, we would have Vice Chairman Egan after that, and then we will continue with Supervisor Eisen and onward. So next speaker is Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Initially, when I saw this and I saw the protest petitions, I was ready to vote against this. I heard that there were half the population who were against it. Then I found out that it was not half. They didn't reach that halfway point. And even though I was somewhat troubled by the comments made by people in favor of the Ross petition, I was troubled with the use of officials' names or their titles in their complaints. I didn't like them being quite that personal, making personal call outs on this agenda. However, I think this family or this couple have done due diligence, and I will be voting in favor of it. I'm concerned about Supervisor Fari's contention that there were only 18 acres instead of 20, but it looks to me like they've done everything else. They've answered every question that could possibly be asked of them, and I will be voting in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is from the County Executive Conference Room. Please go ahead.
Yes, this is Kerry Rose, zoning administrator. With regard to the size of the property, the B3 district has language that says the recommended district size. It's a recommended size. The fact of the matter is our subdivision ordinance specifically states minimum lot size for a B3 zoning district is 30,000 square feet for unsewered property. Existing B3 property located in the area is not considered non-conforming. It's all commercial property located within an area that has a future land use plan of the town, county, and city, all as commercial. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoning Administrator Rowe. Next speaker is going to be Vice Chairperson Egan. Vice Chairman Egan?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Rowe just went ahead and answered the question that Mr. Fari had on land size, so I don't think we need to go into that any farther. But I do have to go back to these people. They have done due diligence, and I'm very happy that you didn't turn it back to the committee, because I have no idea what we would have done. We had 3, if not 4, open meetings where anyone could come in and speak. Some did, some we had with this COVID going on. We went ahead and we also had meetings just like this, and some called in and some didn't. So everything was very open, very public. We did everything that we thought. Any questions that were asked of Eric or whatever, Mr. Ross, any of them, they would always give us answers up front. I don't think that anything's being hid there. I'm not saying that anything's being hid by Armro, Town of Armro, or their people on the board. I do think this is a matter that it's something that has to be worked out. I do believe that this is commercial. If they didn't want it commercial at one time, the county did let anybody take things out, and it wouldn't cost anybody anything if they wanted to make it some other different kind of zoning. It wasn't done. They wanted it left commercial, and they do have a chance to have commercial in there now. That other piece of property is B3. It's right where an old school used to be, so when they say it's non-conforming, I don't know, the state owned it there for quite a while, and before that it was belonged to the Armro School District. So when you got a B3 right beside the other one, and we did try to work. Matter of fact, we canceled some of the meetings or asked them to cancel them to go ahead and work with the town and go back and forth. And then the attorneys worked back and forth, and it just couldn't be resolved. So finally, the zoning board made up their mind that we were going to make a decision. I think this is the best way possible because it started out as a B3. Then they said, well, if you go A2, which they could have went with conditions, but then the township backed away from that, and it was just go back and forth and back and forth. And this was our decision. I think it'll be the best. And I think once it's all said and done, like Mr. Wagner's father said, he does have one. And those of you that are coming into the town of Algoma, right down the road down there, those are his that are all real nice shape in that. And a few years ago, down there on Sand Pit, we also put more. And I can remember that we had a lot of people that were upset at first, but now they're really nice. Matter of fact, they're putting up more. Houses have gone up in value. I won't say all of them, but most of them have gone up in value, and many more houses have gone up in that area. So I think we've got to be open-minded on this also. And really think about, this is a piece of property that's just sat there. It was for sale for years. Mr. Ross had bought it, I don't know how many years ago, but he's had it for sale for years. And now he's got someone that wants to buy it and put it to use, and he don't farm as much as what he did. So I would hope the board would take all this into consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chairperson Egan. I see that Supervisor Warnke has been trying to call in, so I'm going to call on him, and then it'll be Supervisor Fari after that. So please go ahead, Supervisor Warnke. If you could unmute your mic, though.
I call the question on this one. I think we've had enough discussion on it. There's a lot of things, so let's just call a question and get this over with.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to call the question, and so that is actually not debatable. So we would go directly to a vote. It would require a 2/3 majority. Now, I just want to clarify so everyone knows, we're actually on the report number 004, but we will then take up the amendatory ordinance that is related to it afterward that would actually enact the change. So I just want to make sure that everyone is aware of that. But the question was called and there was a second on it. It is going to require a 2/3 vote. So what I'm going to attempt to do here is first I'm going to do a voice vote, and then I'm going to call for the nays, and I will clarify by opening up the mic to make sure that there was no one else that I missed. Okay? So that's what we'll attempt to do. If we're unsuccessful, we will try to go to some form of other vote directly to roll call. But it takes a 2/3 majority. So all those in favor calling the question say aye.
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 Those who are opposed say no.
No.
Okay? And you can open up your mic if anyone else says no. Please open up your mic and say no. Right now we have one no. So that motion carries then. So we are now on a direct vote for April report number 004, Harvey C. and Renee M. Ross, Town Emerald. So we will go to a direct vote. And let me remind you, this is not the amended ordinance that actually makes the change. This is solely on the report first. So we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed say no.
No.
So right now I hear one no. If anyone else says no, please unmute your mic and say no. So that motion carries. So we'll move on then to amendatory ordinance number 040420. This is the actual rezoning action. Rezoning from D2 community business to D3 general business district for tax parcel number 016-0371-05. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Ellis for a motion.
I move for the mandatory ordinance.
There's a motion. Is there a second for mandatory ordinance number 040420?
Yep.
Is there a second? Supervisor Powers seconded. So we'll open it up then for discussion on the actual amendatory ordinance. So in other words, the ordinance that would actually enact the rezoning. I see one call. Please raise your hand if you, with the Zoom, if you want to call in. So first I'll call on Supervisor Binder. Please go ahead, Supervisor Binder.
It worked now, but I tried to unmute my mic before and it wasn't working. So I couldn't really vote on the last ones. But that's fine. I concurred with the way it went.
Okay, and just so
my
you know,
mic went on mute.
Sometimes I've found that if you click 2 times close together, it seems to go on and off. That's been my experience. I'm just throwing that out there as a possibility for some individuals. But anything further, Supervisor Binder?
Nope, that's it.
All right, thank you very much, Supervisor Binder. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
How about that? Can you hear me now?
Yes, please go ahead. We can hear you well now. Thank you.
The issue was raised about the 20 acres and responded to my comment. I view the term recommended as being a requirement. However, I do understand that within a subdivision ordinance, that probably would allow for lot size within the 20 acres. That would be my interpretation. However, I do ask the question, does the town of Amarillo have their own subdivision ordinance? Or did they adopt the county subdivision ordinance?
I'll first call on Vice Chairperson Egan to see if he knows, and then if he doesn't, then I'll call on the zoning administrator.
Okay, thank you.
I would call on Kerry to be sure. I think they do, but I would call on Kerry. He can be sure on that.
Very good. Zoning Administrator Rowe, if you could answer the question.
I cannot.
Zoning Administrator Rowe?
Not sure.
Zoning Administrator Rowe, would you be able to answer the question in regards to the Town of Amano subdivision plan? Supervisor Fari, would you be able to ask your question one more time?
Okay, my question was, has the town of Amarillo adopted their own subdivision ordinance, or did they adopt the county subdivision ordinance? They could have two different standards, obviously.
Administrator Rowe?
We did.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Oh.
Unfortunately, they're experiencing some difficulty. We'll attempt.
We're back.
Okay. Zoning Administrator Rowe, are you able to answer the question from Supervisor Fari?
I'm trying to get him on his phone right now.
I appreciate that, Vice Chairperson Egan. Apologize for the delay. We're attempting to contact him right now.
He's not answering that.
Well, unfortunately, Supervisor Fari, I'm not sure if we're going to be able to get your answer here this evening, to be honest.
Is Supervisor Rasmussen still up there? They were all together up there.
That's the same room that we're calling it.
He might know. Johnny Townships.
No, we can't, but we can hear, is he there? Could you use your phone?
If you can go ahead and attempt to mute yourself in the executive boardroom.
Okay, hold on.
Can you hear him from this cell phone?
Hold on.
No.
They can't hear you, Terry. Hold on, we're trying to figure out. The speaker?
Just trying to unmute the.
Yeah. I don't know if you want to relay what he's saying.
No, I will go ahead and attempt to see.
Sorry, Terry. Okay, hold on. Trying to look on here.
They're having some trouble in the audio for the room that they were in.
You guys have subdivision rules and regulations. You follow the counties. Well, I gotta know for sure. We're voting on your thing right now. Okay. Okay.
Vice Chairperson Egan, if you could please.
Yeah, all right. I gotta go back to the meeting. You bet. Thank you. Bye. Yes?
I was just telling you to mute your mic.
Yes, Marianne. Yep. I can hear you. Yes, Carrie, this is Tom. You're breaking up. I don't know where you're at, but. Well, I had him for a minute and I lost him.
Okay, so what we're working to try to do is we're trying to contact the zoning administrator to have him come down to this room. He's is not working for the audio, so we're trying to have him come down to this room where the audio is.
Can I call a point of order, Mr. Chairman?
Supervisor Legend? Zoning Administrator Rowe, can you hear us?
Can you hear us now?
Yes, we can hear you now.
Gary Rowe is coming down to your room right now because we didn't know we were going to get unmuted. So you were unmuting the wrong item before.
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, we have him here now. If you could please repeat your question, Supervisor Fari, and I'll step out of the way.
He's muted. I could just answer the question.
Please go
Okay.
ahead.
There we go. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, my question, Carrie, is you quoted the subdivision ordinance specific to lot size.
That's correct. That's the Winnebago County subdivision ordinance.
Okay, does the town of Almerl have their own ordinance, own subdivision ordinance, or did they adopt the counties?
I don't know that information.
Okay, you realize there could be two different standards there, correct?
Possibly, yes. I'd pose that question to the town if the town's attending the meeting.
Okay, how would you address the issue of the zoning ordinance? You're using the term recommending 20 acres. I would interpret that as almost a requirement. And I would think the subdivision ordinance would say within that 20 acres, you have to have certain lot sizes. Do you disagree with that point of view?
Yes, the zoning ordinance in the B3 description is a general description of the ordinance of that district. It doesn't specifically require a district has to be that size because we have districts that are out there that are not that size. They vary all over.
Okay, well, if that being the case, then what is the minimum and the maximum within that district?
I don't know that there's a maximum. We just have minimum lot sizes.
Okay, so then the 20 acres is a maximum suggested size.
No, it's just a recommended size, period. It's just a very general, broad statement.
Okay, okay. I understand your point of view. Thank you for your time. I might disagree with that, but
Right.
certainly I understand it. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, so are there any other comments in regards to a mandatory ordinance 040420? I see a couple. So I will call on Supervisor Newhoff. Go ahead, Supervisor Newhoff.
Thank you. That was an accident.
Thank you. I don't see any other call-ins for mandatory ordinance number 040420. So once again, like the last one, we are going to try a voice vote, and then I'm going to ask for specific no's, and then we'll determine if we need anything further to clarify. So we'll do a voice vote on a mandatory ordinance number 040420. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Now those opposed say nay.
No.
Now I hear one no. If there are any other no's, please unmute your mic and say no or nay. I heard one no, so that motion carries. So we'll move on down then to the next item. That's April, a mandatory ordinance number 040520. Town of Clayton / Tim Race, rezoning from A2 General Agricultural District to R1 Suburban Residential District for tax parcel numbers as you see on your agenda this evening. So first, I'll ask for a motion from Supervisor Joas. Supervisor Joas.
There we go. There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, please.
Okay. I was having an issue because it said host had muted all participants. I would move, Mr. Chairman, for the adoption of May report number 001. Excuse me. I jumped up. I move for approval of April amendatory ordinance number 040520. There.
Motion, and is there a second?
Second.
From Supervisor Shorsey. So there is a motion and a second. Any discussion? I see a number of call-ins. So first, I will call on Supervisor Borchert. Please go ahead, Supervisor Borchert, and you can, there you go. Please go ahead, Supervisor Borchert.
I've been in a position where my computer's telling me you've got me muted, so I couldn't make the last two votes, even though I voted for it. There's something happening when you vote, it won't let me unmute myself.
Okay, we'll try to correct that because I'm actually not doing anything on my end, but we'll try to figure out what that is.
Maybe Nate can look at that later on.
Absolutely. Thank you, Supervisor Borchert.
Thank you.
Next call-in is Supervisor Lenz. Please go ahead and unmute yourself, Supervisor Lenz.
I can't.
Unmute yourself.
I had the same issue. It's not allowing me to unmute for the votes or just at that point.
Okay, we'll try to look to see what's happening, but please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz. Anything further?
I was just stating that I wasn't able to vote for the last the last vote.
Okay, would you have been a no?
No, I was not going to be a no. I voted with everybody else, but just noting the technical issue.
Okay, thank you. I'll next call on Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Examining the resolution and examining the town of Clayton's ordinance, there's a discrepancy between the change in the zoning. The resolution says A2 to R1. Clayton's resolution ordinance says A2 to R2. Which is it?
I'll call on Vice Chairperson Egan to please clarify this question. Vice Chairperson Egan? You could unmute yourself, Vice Chairperson.
There, does that help?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay. I was having problems too. I think it's supposed to be R1. I don't know if Carrie's still up there or not.
Well, if you look at your resolution from the town of ordinance from the town of Clayton.
Yeah.
It says the above described property is rezoned from A2 to R2, suburban residential district. I don't know the difference between R1 and R2. Maybe I could have researched it. But
no, you shouldn't have to.
I think our zoning committee ought to be able to distinguish whether this is actually R1 or R2.
I do believe it's R1, but we do not post, we do not do the writing on these once they go out.
Yeah, say it.
Is Carrie still up in the office?
Yeah.
Yes.
Please go ahead, Zoning Administrator Rowe.
Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, this is Kerry Rhodes, zoning administrator. It appears that's a typo on the actual resolution sheet where the R1 is located. If you look on the second page, the recommendation was to R2 by myself, the zoning administrator, based on the information provided. Page 3, the actual resolution from the town specifically states also that it's R2. So to answer your question, it is R2. The R1 was a typo on the actual resolution.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, and that's actually a very good pickup because actually when you look at the amendatory ordinance, there is one other small place where it says from A2 to R2 in that same one, but it says A2 to R1 in a couple other places. Supervisor Eisen. Excellent job in pointing that out. So just so everyone is clarified, where it says R2, say R2 on the mandatory ordinance 0405.
R2.
Okay. Any other discussion in regards to a mandatory ordinance 040520? I see one other call in, Supervisor Nussbaum. You can go ahead and unmute yourself. Please go ahead, Supervisor Nussbaum.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I had that same problem where I couldn't vote, but now I can. Thank you.
Very good. We'll have to figure out why that's occurring because unfortunately I'm not actually changing any setting while we're going along, but somehow it's defaulting back to something. So I apologize for whatever reason's causing that. Okay, seeing no other call-ins, we're on April mandatory ordinance number 040520. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Are any opposed? And if you are opposed, you can unmute your mic. Supervisor Lautenschlager? You can go ahead and unmute yourself, Supervisor Lautenschlager.
Press the space bar.
This is not working for a number of individuals. And unfortunately on my end, just so you know, while we're struggling when you are, is when you're able to unmute on your end, I can't unmute you actually here, at least not, now you're
There, I got it. But I kept getting a thing that says the host will not unmute your mic.
Yeah, well, and it's interesting. We're gonna have to sort this out, except on my end, I can't unmute you.
That's what we kept getting is it's saying that you can't unmute us.
Yeah, correct. So,
And we couldn't unmute ourselves either.
so any questions, Supervisor Lautenschlager? No? Okay, very good. So I'm gonna do it over again just because I saw a number of people waving. So they were on April mandatory ordinance number 040520. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Any opposition? Seeing none, that motion carries. So we'll move on then down to the next item. That's May report number 001. Gary E. Coates, Gerald R. and Brenda L. Coates, Town of Amro. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of May report number 001.
There's a motion. Is there a second to approve May report number 001?
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any discussion in regards to May report number 001? Please go ahead and raise your hand. I see one calling. I will call on Supervisor Joas.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
I was muted. Thank you.
Anything further, Supervisor Joas?
Nope.
All right, very good. Any other questions or comments in regards to May report number 001? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no. Okay. That motion carries. I can see we're still struggling. Most of you are able to unmute and say, but I can see that a couple unfortunately cannot. So it seems to be isolated with some, but not all for some reason. So we'll continue to try to work with the system. I'm sorry that we're having these difficulties, but it's not something that I am doing on my end. All right, but that motion carried nonetheless by a majority vote. So we'll move on down to the next item, which is May amendatory ordinance number 050220. Town of Clayton amendment to chapter 9 of the Town of Clayton zoning ordinance, personal storage units. For that, I will call on Supervisor Joas. Please go ahead, Supervisor Joas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for adoption of May amendatory ordinance 050220.
Second.
There's a motion and a second to approve May amendatory ordinance number 050220. Any discussion, please raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Opposed? I see thumbs up for some individuals that don't have.
Now again.
All right, very good, Supervisor Laundry. And as you can see, I didn't do anything, but for some reason it occurred. But thank you all for bearing with us. So that motion carried by a majority vote nonetheless. So moving on to the second to last amendatory ordinance. That's May amendatory ordinance number 050320. Town of Utica on behalf of Diane Egan, rezoning from R4 multiple family residential district to R1 rural residential district for tax parcel number 024-0430-02. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Egan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for the approval of May mandatory ordinance number 050320.
There's a motion Is there a second? There is a second. I'll open it up for discussion. If you can just please raise your hand if you have any questions or discussion on May mandatory ordinance number 050320. I see none, so we'll do it once again, a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. That motion-
Mr. Chairman,
Yes,
I will abstain from that.
very good, with one abstention from Supervisor Egan. Moving on down to the final zoning report and ordinance, and that's May amendatory ordinance number 050420. Town of Inland, on behalf of Mary Pattis, rezoning from A2 General Agriculture District to R1 Rural Residential District for tax parcel number 026-0495-02. For that, I will call on Supervisor Fari. And if you could go ahead and open up your mic, Supervisor Fari. There you go. Please go ahead.
Can you hear me? Okay. I move for approval of a mandatory ordinance 050420, identified as report number 4 for the month of May.
Very good. There's a motion and there is a second. Any discussion on mandatory ordinance number 050420? Any discussion? Please raise your Zoom hand. None? We'll do a vote. All in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say no or nay. Hearing none, that motion carries by a majority vote. So that completes the zoning reports and ordinances. So we'll move on down to resolutions and ordinances. First one on the agenda is resolution number 009-05-2020. Disallow claim of the general insurance, otherwise known as Jeffrey Loan. I'll call on Supervisor Raskin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution number 00905-2020.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any discussion? Please raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That motion carries. Moving on down to the next item. That's resolution number 010-05-2020. Disallow claim of Mary Jo M. Schrader. I once again call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution number 010-05-2020.
Second. Second.
There's a motion and there is a second for resolution number 010-05-2020. Any discussion? Raise your hand. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 Those opposed say nay. And that motion carries. Moving on down to the third resolution. That's resolution number 011-05-2020. Disallow claim of Progressive Insurance by Citizen and Truckers Casualty Company as Subber G for Alexander Hussein. Once again, calling on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution number 011-05-2020.
Second.
The motion, and there is a second for resolution number 011-05-2020. Any discussion? Raise your hand. I see none, so I'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Seeing no nays, that motion carries. Moving on down to the fourth resolution. Resolution number 012-05-2020. This is a claim of Heather and Stephen Ebert. Once again, call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution number 012-05-2020.
Second.
The motion and a second to approve resolution number 012-05-2020. Any discussion? Please raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed?
Aye.
Hearing no nays, that motion carries. Moving on down to the fifth resolution, that's number 013-05-2020. Commendation for Daniel Polsho. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution 013-05-2020.
Second.
The motion is second, please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Peschel retired from Parkview Health Center on April 14th after almost 30 years of dedicated service. He started as a CNA, was a nursing scheduler, and ended his career as purchasing associate. Dan always had a positive attitude, a great sense of humor, and the willingness to help out anyone in need. Please join me in expressing our wholehearted gratitude for Dan's years of service and best wishes for him and his retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. There was a motion and a second. We'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. So moving on down to the third page, and that is with starting resolution number 014-05-2020. Commendation for Ruth Shevelin. I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you. I move for resolution 014-05-2020.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Ruth Shevelin began her 20-year career with Winnebago County and the Child Support Agency on April 24th, 2000 as a child support receptionist. Over the years, she became a child support clerk and ended in her final role as a case specialist. Ruth was often given praise by her caseload participants and was known throughout the office for her willingness to help any coworkers. At any moment, Ruth could be found helping out a participant regardless of whether the participant was on her caseload. Throughout many changes over the years, Ruth pitched in wherever needed without hesitation. Ruth's commitment, dedication, and compassion to families and employees was exemplary and will most certainly be missed. Please join us in expressing our gratitude for Ruth's 20 years of service and wish her the best in her retirement.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. There was a motion and a second, so we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Motion carries unanimously. Moving on to the next resolution. That's resolution number 015-05-2020. Authorized transfer of $121,000 for Parkview Health Center between revenue and expense categories in fiscal year 2019. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Ellis.
I move for resolution 05-15-05-2020.
Second.
There's a motion and a second for resolution number 015-05-2020. Any discussion, please raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll once again do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. That motion carries. Hearing no nays. Moving on down to the next resolution. That's resolution number 016-05-2020. Authorized 5-year contract with Centric Services. For that, I will call on Supervisor Rasmussen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move for resolution 016-05-2020.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve resolution number 016-05-2020. Any discussion? I see one. I will call on Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Could the maker of this resolution explain how much money is the annual cost for our 5-year contract with AT&T for Centric's services? It lists all of the itemized expenses, but what's the total cost that we're going to spend on a year annual contract?
I will call on our finance director, Rick Fitzgerald, to answer that question.
I believe Patty Francoeur is downstairs who put this contract together. Patty, would you be able to answer to that? Otherwise, I will have to look this up here.
I can definitely give a ballpark. We have approximately 106 of these types of lines, and they cost $10.25 per month per line.
It's 106,000.
That's $13,300 or $13,038 for a year.
You said you have 106 lines and it's $100 each.
No, $10.25 per month.
$10.25 a month. Okay.
$13,038.
Okay, 13,038. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Francoeur, and thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Any other calls or questions? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Carries unanimously. Moving on down to the next item. Resolution number 017-05-2020. Authorized 2-year contract with US Cellular Wireless. For that, I will call on Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman. I move for resolution 017-05-2020.
Second.
There was a motion and a second to approve resolution number 017-05-2020. Any discussion? Raise your Zoom hand. Seeing none, we'll go ahead and do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Those opposed say nay. No nay, that motion carries. Moving on down to the next resolution. That's resolution number 018-05-2020. Approve 4 small multi-year certificates related to information security. So I will call once again on Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman. I move for resolution 018-05-2020 and would like to speak on it.
There's a motion and a second. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
All right, so basically this resolution is asking to streamline a low-cost, high labor process. But in order to do that, it requires the IS department to sign a multi-year contract. The purchasing of these certificates must happen, but they do not have to be purchased biannually. If we'd like to, if we continue like we're doing now, IS will need to buy them annually, so they're already doing that. They are low enough valued, so they, up to this point, have not needed to go to the board for approval. But IS is looking at their processes, and the IS department wants to reduce some waste, some over-processing waste in their department by changing this to a biannual contract, which in turn makes it have to go in front of the board. So these things just kind of give you a ballpark, and Patty's here to speak to specific numbers if needed. They're about $4,000 for the certificates. And in the verbiage inside the resolution references reduced pricing. It's almost nominal. The biggest cost savings is going to be the fact that we're not going to have resources deal with these certificates twice during a biannual period. They'll only have to deal with them once, so they'll save that time. They'll basically reduce it in half biannually. There was some confusion about verbiage. This is kind of like a contract, but when I spoke to Patty, she said she was instructed by counsel to use the term certificate. I can't speak any more detail than that.
A question I often get asked is, why should young people care?
That's not on my side. Just a quick explanation. what these are and why it's important to us. Most of us just click hyperlinks to take us to the Zoom meeting or whatever it is we're doing. But if you look at the actual address, you'll see an S at the end. And that doesn't really seem like it's much to anybody, but there's a lot of security that goes in behind it. And without us doing these certificates, then basically we are putting our data a little bit more at risk, a lot bit more at risk, I should say. And companies that may want to access our resources for information may have us blacklisted, which means that their systems will block us, anybody from their company, from their on their network, from being able to access any of our resource pages on our website. So it's important that we do this annually, and then it becomes a question of, do we tell the IS department to continue to purchase these every single year and create this waste in labor by having to install them every single year? Or do we do a biannual contract and bring this in front of the board to approve it so that she only has to do it once every other year? Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz. I see one other call-in. I will call on Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is really just a point of order here. I'm looking at screen 1 for me, and 14 of the 25 have not muted their microphones. Every time you wave a piece of paper, it's magnified really loud. Please mute yourself if you're not the one speaking. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Anyone else who wishes to speak on resolution number 018? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
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 All those opposed say nay. Hearing no nays, that motion carries. So moving on down to the second to last resolution. Resolution number 019-05-2020. Authorize execution of airport ground lease between Winnebago County and Dennis Moen. For that, I will call on Supervisor Gabbard.
I move for approval of resolution 019-05-2020.
Second.
A motion and a second to approve resolution number 019-05-2020. Any discussion, please raise your hand. I will call Mary Beth. Do you have anything further?
I just wanted to add, and it is in the resolution, that Dennis Moen already has a hangar out at the airport that he leases from Winnebago County, and he intends to build another hangar, a new one, and lease the land from us.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Gordon.
I had a question on line number 10. It says the initial term of said lease shall begin on June 1st, 2020 and end on May 31st, 2020. And I believe it's supposed to be May 31st, 2040, according to the memorandum.
You are absolutely correct. So we'd ask for a friendly amendment. That was a typo. That was 4 instead of a 2. You're absolutely correct. It's supposed to say end on May 31st, 2014. You are correct. Thank you, Supervisor Gordon. I'll next call on an individual in the County Executive Conference Room. Please go ahead.
Well, it was just about the line 10 also. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. Any other questions or comments on resolution number 019-05-2020? Seeing none, we'll do a voice vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed say nay. That motion carries unanimously. So moving on down to the final resolution. Resolution number 020-05-2020. Authorize a tax to waive interest on property tax payment installments 2 on or after April 1st, 2020. For that, I'll call on Supervisor Spellman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Regarding this resolution, I believe that as a county, we should do what we can to assist our constituents during this difficult time.
Supervisor Spellman, if you could first do a motion.
Oh, sure. I move to approve Resolution 020-05-2020
Second.
with amendments.
Motion in a second. Please go ahead, Supervisor Spellman.
Okay. So as a county, I think we should do what we can to assist our constituents during this time. The state legislature has approved counties to waive interest on property tax installments due from April to October of this year. Because of this opportunity, I have brought forth a resolution for Winnebago County to authorize taxation districts to waive property tax fees and interest for this time period. Last week, Outagamie County unanimously passed a resolution to allow this waiver. If this board passes the resolution, each taxation district has the option of whether they want to adopt a similar resolution. The cities of Oshkosh and Neenah, the two largest municipalities in Winnebago County, support the county passing this resolution. I believe that we cannot delay in passing it because property tax installments are due at the end of May for members of our cities. And if passed, municipalities would then need to pass something similar and communicate with their taxpayers. And as of 2 weeks ago, approximately 75% of Oshkosh and 80% of Neenah's property taxes were paid. I brought this to the board because discussion of Act 185 from the state came before the Personnel and Finance Committee, of which I'm a member, and all of their members of the committee did not like what the state passed and felt that discussion of the topic could be put off until June. However, no members of the committee proposed any other ideas nor granted my request to come up with an alternative together as a committee. Additionally, after drafting this resolution, I asked the chair if we could meet as a committee prior to tonight so that we could vote, and that request was also denied. For this reason, my co-sponsors and I, rather than a committee, urge our counterparts on this board to vote in favor of the proposed resolution and offer financial relief to our taxpayers. And with that, I wanted to propose 2 amendments, 2 additions to the resolution. And Mr. Chair, is it possible to show a screen so that the other supervisors are able to see the resolution?
Yes, we are going to attempt to do so.
Okay.
You'll have to give us a moment to try to accomplish that.
Contact your local PEG Media Center.
Okay. There's an ad playing somewhere.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The 2 resolutions, the 2 amendments to this resolution can be found on the second page. Is it able to be scrolled down to the second page of the resolution?
We are attempting to try to do that for you.
Okay, sorry, thank you. Okay, the first amendment I would like to make is to add an additional paragraph here on line 53 in the yellow. And this says that whereas this resolution is intended to help those businesses and households facing severe economic hardship, this resolution implores the citizens of Winnebago County to act in good faith by not abusing the intended purpose of this program, which is to provide short-term property tax relief and encourages those who are able to pay their tax installments on the regularly scheduled due dates. And I felt this verbiage would be good to be added so that there's no confusion about what we are trying to do, that this resolution is intended to help those who are struggling whether it be individual taxpayers or small businesses, and not large corporations that have the financial means to pay their taxes at this time. The next amendment I propose to make is further down on the second page.
So just to clarify with you, these are part of both of your same amendment, correct?
Yes, yes.
Well, it's actually one amendment. Okay, please go ahead.
Yep. And the second amendment starts on line 63. I would like this verbiage to be added. This resolution authorizes taxation districts to waive interest for property taxes as defined in the resolution after the taxpayer signs and returns a form made available by the taxation district to include the language, "I attest under the penalty of law that I, my immediate family, or my business has experienced financial hardship due to COVID-19 public health emergency, such that paying my property taxes at this time would cause significant financial strain on me, my immediate family, or my business. I therefore request a deferment of those taxes, interest, and penalty fees until October 1st, 2020. I understand that my signature on this affidavit swearing financial hardship under the above defined circumstances is considered a public record and as such can be requested under a public record request in accordance with Wisconsin's open government laws." And the intention of this addition is so that if a municipality wishes to adopt something similar, they will then need to provide something to their taxpayers so their taxpayers can attest to their financial hardship just by signing this document with that provided verbiage. And again, the reason for this is to discourage those who are able to pay the taxes, such as large corporations, from doing so.
Okay, so I will open it up. There was a motion, or there was an amendment. Is there a second to the amendment?
Second. I'll second it.
So there's a second to the amendment. So now all further debate until we vote on the amendment is specifically on the amendment and not the original resolution. So any debate going forward for the moment, once again, is only on the addition of the language that she just recited. So I will open it up for discussion. If you could please raise your hand, and it's specifically on the amendment.
We've got no access.
Mr. Chairman, I can't.
No access.
That screen ain't up.
Please bear with us while we try to.
No access.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. We're working with the technology.
Okay, we got it now.
All right, so now we are going to open it up for discussion, and all discussion for the moment is only on the amendment in terms of the added language. So first, I will call on Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Mr. Chairman, my question is on the main resolution, so I'll defer.
Very good, thank you. Well, next call on Supervisor Powers. It's only on the amendment in terms of the added language.
Mine is not on the amendment. I'll wait until it's open for other discussion.
Thank you very much. Next, I'll call on Supervisor Rasmussen. Supervisor Rasmussen, did you have a comment?
Yeah, we're just questioning here whether or not that changes the,
That should be September.
on the fiscal note at the end. It should be,
On line 96.
you know, line 96 would be September instead of August.
Well, we'll deal with that after we deal with her amendment, because that would be a correction that we'd have to adjust. Wants to add that as her amendment, but otherwise, we'll deal with that afterward. We'll stay strictly with the amended language that she's requesting for the moment. We'll come back to that later, though, depending on how the amendment passes or not. So I'll move on to Supervisor Defferting. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, it's just speak in favor of this amendment. I think this alleviates a lot of concerns that have been brought forward already in previous discussions on this. Obviously, there is an issue of big businesses taking advantage of this. Well, this is a public documentation. The added verbiage will add that public documentation, meaning that it is punishable by law if there is some sort of fraud involved. So if it's proved, if these big businesses are actually do have some sort of financial hardship, they're going to have to prove that. So that's where this waiver comes into play. Because of what Executive Harris said, we can't just simply be prejudiced with who we want to enforce this resolution on. And of course, we all do agree that there's a lot of small businesses. By and large, the ones that are the hardest hit are the small businesses, and I'm seeing a lot of dreams die over the last 2 months. And so this is something where we can have the small businesses come forward and say, yes, I have been hit pretty hard, and there is going to be a financial hardship, and there is public documentation here that states so, and so it addresses those concerns. So I wish that the county board votes in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferting. Next speaker is Supervisor Gabbard, specifically on the amendment to add the language.
Yes, specifically on that. I appreciate Supervisor Spellman putting those amendments in, and I appreciate Supervisor Defferting saying that there is not to be any fraud, and this is public record. But I am sitting on a different side on this, saying that I'm glad these two amendments are in there. But I do believe that there will be big business who will say, we were open during this COVID-19. We protected our employees by doing such and such and such and such, and this cost us money. So we spent the money on that, and we are finding that we have an issue, and we want to take advantage of this, and there cannot be the discrimination against a bigger company. I'm hoping it's small business and residential, but you cannot discriminate against them if they feel they had some kind of issue that they couldn't pay their taxes. They're going to go for this, because I don't know who's going to enforce this and say, oh, you really didn't have that. So I think that leaves it kind of open-ended yet for me. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Gabbard. Next speaker is Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
Yes. The first question, and maybe Supervisor Spellman can answer this, does this part of this amendment answer County Executive Harris's worry that people who are low income would not be able to know how to fill out these forms? Because if I understand the city officials, you have to go to the city hall, wherever you pay your taxes, to apply for this waiver, get this waiver. So are they kind of required to help them fill out that form? That's the one thing I'd like to ask. Is that what that kind of addresses?
Supervisor Spellman?
Yeah, that's a great question. And it would be up to individual municipalities if they want to enact this, if the board does pass the resolution. And it will be up to the municipalities about how they want to address providing that waiver to their citizens. So I've heard discussions with some municipalities saying that they would like to mail out this form to taxpayers who have not yet paid their taxes on the installment plan, so that they are being proactive. They're getting this in front of taxpayers who could use it. And then the taxpayer is able to come in or talk to someone over the phone about how to fill it out. So I think that we can address that in terms of proactively reaching out to people who could be in need and offering assistance in filling out the form.
Okay, thank you. And I just want to add, Supervisor Gabbard was worried, and the county executive was worried that big corporations would take advantage of this. Well, if they sign this hardship waiver, if they're publicly held, they're admitting that they are a hardship, that they're financially hurting. I don't know if they want to really do that. I think that's what I add to this amendment. I'll add more later to the general resolution, but that's what I wanted to add now. Thank you for the answer, Supervisor Spellman. I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Supervisor Norton. Next speaker is Supervisor Buck. Please go ahead, Supervisor Buck.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I agree with a lot of this. I think it's very well intended. Supervisor Gabbard kind of hit on a lot of the points that I was going to make. Much to the CARES Act, you saw large corporations come out and with their large group of attorneys and whatnot, they were able to grab that money right away. And it wasn't without public pressure that some of them actually gave the money back. So that's kind of my fear with this is that where's the teeth in this? I understand that they have to sign a public document, but who's going to put the pressure on them if they're falsifying documents and more so, where's the teeth in there? And then, for small businesses and homeowners and who's going to get this information out to them? How's that information going to be put out, I guess would be my concern, because I do believe that small businesses and people that are really in need, they're going to have a hard time maybe navigating this and maybe finding the information out. So I don't know if anybody on here can answer my questions, but those are the concerns I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Buck. Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I tried to get in earlier. My question is to make sure that we are doing everything right here. The Planning and Zoning Committee, as I understood this, turned it down. According to our rules, a committee can bring in a resolution that was turned down by the P&F committee, but not individuals. So I would appeal to you as the chair, Mary Ann as our legal attorney. Are we doing something that's not according to our rules here?
So I'll give my opinion, but I'd of course like the corporation counsel's opinion. I read that rule too. I think that's I don't want to quote the rule, but I read it over the last week. The rule did not say that an individual count. It just specifically said that a committee could. So an individual committee could.
It doesn't say anything about individuals doing this, though. It just doesn't.
So you're correct. There is a rule that basically says if the PNF rejects something, that another committee can take it forward. It
Pretty clear to me.
Yes or no whether an individual can or cannot bring it forward. It's a fair question, but I read the rule and it is open for interpretation. Absolutely. So I'll call on the corporation counsel to add any input, or if there's any rule that might apply differently, and what I'm referring to in that Supervisor Wingren.
Brought up by no committee.
And this, I am quickly looking through the rules to see if there is a specific rule. I was not at the Personnel and Finance Committee meeting, but my understanding is this was raised as a topic for discussion. There was no resolution brought forward. But if you could just give me a minute, I'll quickly look through the rules to see.
Rule 7 point.
What?
In either case, it was not brought forth by a committee.
Just hold on a minute.
Just so we don't run into trouble later by saying this isn't legal or whatever.
And it's because I did read this, Supervisor Wingren, because it refers to rejecting by the Personnel Finance. My understanding is the Personnel.
But by not taking it up, that's rejecting.
Rejecting would be taking a vote and voting it down.
Yeah, and I'm reading 7.6. It says any committee of jurisdiction may submit to the county board a request which has been rejected by Personnel and Finance. However,
refusing to take it up or not taking it up at all is refusing, isn't it?
Without a vote, maybe not.
They
I would
did,
ask the chair maybe of the P&F committee who was there to, give his view of, he was there.
Enough, sir. He's here.
certainly, Supervisor Rasmussen,
Yes, I'm on the phone.
please go ahead. Supervisor Wingren wanted your input from the P&F committee in regard.
Yes, it was put on our agenda as a discussion. We had a long discussion on it. The issues with it in committee were how to prove it was need-based and about the local governments absorbing some of the cost. That being said, 4 of us on the committee all agreed that we didn't like it the way it was and we would not bring it forward. We asked the committee, do you want a special meeting about this? It was unanimous, said no, nobody wanted to because we would still have time to come up with some other thing possibly in the future, but Act 185 was not what we wanted. Including the supervisor who brought this resolution forward. When it was asked to me on Monday, the following Monday, to have another meeting, resolutions were already due and nothing changed on that. So that's the reason it didn't get voted on. It wasn't a resolution, but this does circumvent the committee system, in my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Rasmussen. So going back to the Corporation Council, can we get an interpretation of the rule? Any rule, or I'm assuming Rule 7.6 in terms of whether or not that rule allows us to bring a resolution like this forward or prevents us?
And looking at this, the language says any committee of jurisdiction. So the supervisors who signed off on this are Supervisor Spellman, Lenz, Norton, and Defferding. And as far as I know, there's no committee of jurisdiction. So if you look at 7.6, that would not be satisfied based on this, because no committee brought it forward.
So then it's an important to ask, because if your determination is that it doesn't meet that rule, then we effectively can no longer debate it this evening.
Won't be very popular, but that's okay.
And again, it doesn't, in the rule, it says committee may submit to the county board a request which has been rejected by personnel and finance. It doesn't say resolution, and so there presumably was a request to discuss it. So I'm looking at this and thinking there would be required a committee of jurisdiction. So then the debate would come to an end at this point.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, please go ahead, Supervisor Farley.
does not the individual supervisors of this county board have the option to bring forth a resolution independently?
And the answer is yes, they can.
Absolutely.
However, if you have a rule that specifically prohibits that, then that ability basically goes out the window, and that's what 7.6 does. But you're absolutely right. Individual supervisors can bring matters before the board unless it's prohibited by the Winnebago County Board rules, and your board rules prohibit it based on my interpretation of 7.6.
And if I may, does it matter that this was only a discussion topic and the discussion topic was about Act 185? It wasn't about creating a resolution, adopting a waiver, or anything like that?
I would say, looking at 7.6, it doesn't say, resolution, it says request. So it was a request to discuss Act 185 and its implications.
Mr. Chairman, may I suggest a resolution to this?
Yes, I was going to make a suggestion right now, but please go ahead.
We have in the past done this, and I wouldn't oppose. Can the body move to set the rules aside?
Yes, that's what
This
I was
particular resolution,
Yeah, absolutely. You can,
Rule 13.1.
yes.
just to make sure. All I want to do is make sure we do. If we're going to do this, let's do it the right way.
Yes, you are absolutely correct, Supervisor Wingren, and someone else referenced it. Rule 13.1 says any of the rules may be suspended by 2/3 of the members present, except rules 3.8, 7.5, 11.0 to 11.5, 12.7, 13.1, which are not suspendable.
I move to suspend the rules.
Second.
So there's a motion and a second to suspend the rules, which then would allow us to take up this resolution. And if that was the case, then we would move back to the debate about the amendment. But this takes precedent now, okay? So the motion now is to suspend the rules. And that, just so everyone is on the same pages, that does require a 2/3 majority to pass, okay? Now, I want everyone to know that that is not debatable. So we will go directly to a vote on that. So it's very similar to a calling the previous question where you need a second, but it's not debatable, and you require 2/3 of the present to. Okay. So now, what we're going to try to do this vote. Obviously, we're not going to do a voice vote here. So we're going to attempt to do this vote where you click the yes or the no button bottom, and I believe it's on the right of your screen. So you would click yes if you want to suspend the rules. You'd click no if you don't. And it does require a 2/3 vote. I do want to clarify, Corporation Counsel, if it's a 2/3 vote of the body or 2/3 vote of the membership present.
Well, you didn't say that.
Where am I gonna vote?
I don't know how to vote where you're talking about the vote.
So
We're
voting about suspending the rules.
So where do you vote on the screen?
So
Which way I want to vote?
you should, where you can
That's the problem.
participate, then it should have a green circle for yes and a no circle that's red for no. I see 20 have already voted.
Are you talking about the upper left-hand corner?
No, you got to click on participants.
You got to click on participants on the bottom. I believe it's on the bottom of your screen.
On the bottom of the screen.
And then it'll come up.
I clicked on it, now what? Oh.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't show here that.
You should have a list of participants, and at the bottom, you got a yes and a no.
I'm not do that.
Oh, yeah, there's no yes and no on here.
So far, 29 of you have voted.
I don't have a yes or no either.
But, and for those of you who are having difficulty, we will be able to do call your name and get your vote. So we're just trying to get as many as possible this way. And I will have to vote separately.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Supervisor Finch, we're,
I'm learning, and there's people like myself that is not that intelligent for all this stuff. I would much, much rather wait until we get together in a month or two and do this. This is too important to just vote on something and you don't really know what the heck we're voting on. So if at all possible, I would like to call this off, all right?
all right, I appreciate it, but we can do a vote.
Jerry, you voted no already.
So it's 20.
I know I didn't have a choice.
So we have 30 voting so far. Is there anyone who is unable to vote?
Robert Warranty cannot vote.
Okay, what is your vote? Yes?
No,
No.
no.
Okay. Anyone else who cannot vote by Zoom, so please let me know. Right now, we have the votes for 32 members plus myself. We have 33. Supervisor Albrecht said he cannot vote. Are you able to open up your mic, Supervisor Albrecht, and let me know what your vote is?
I'm voting no.
Okay. All right. So that's 34 supervisors. Is there anyone else? Okay. I don't see anyone else, and that needed a 2/3, and we do already have a 2/3 because the vote right now is 24 to 10 in favor of suspending the rules. Okay, so the rules would be suspended, and now we will continue with the amendment.
I would like to speak, please.
So we are back on the amendment and the debate solely on the amendment of the added language from Supervisor Spellman. So I'll call on, and if we can go ahead and clear the vote. So now we are going to go back to the debate on the amendments. First, I'm going to call on Supervisor Warnke. Please go ahead.
Well, first of all, I think we heard from Mark Harris, who said that we cannot discriminate on this language. And if, you know, it sounds good, and the way you got it's written, I would vote for it, except for the fact that he said you cannot discriminate on it. Now, another thing is, this thing favors the cities and the towns. It doesn't favor the county at all. We're going to be on the hook for over $20 million from what I heard. And it just doesn't seem right. And you know darn well that the businesses and the real estate developers and everybody else is going to claim this thing so they don't have to pay their taxes. We already have a lot of problems with big real estate developments who don't pay their taxes on time and they let it go until the last minute. So I think this whole thing is, it sounds wonderful, but it's going to be taken advantage of. And the poor guy and the business person who has a small business, they're the ones who are going to lose out on this thing too. It just is not right, and I do not go along with it.
Thank you, Supervisor Warnke. Next speaker is Supervisor Fari, followed by Supervisor Ramos. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well.
Okay, Stephanie, Supervisor Spellman, I believe it is. You indicated that obviously the municipalities have to pass a similar resolution, but you also said the municipalities would have to notify the people that pay their taxes in July. If that is correct, that's putting a bit of a burden and certainly on the towns. I mean, we're saying, well, now our town treasurer has to develop a document, this waiver you're referring to it, mail it to everybody. I find that a little problematic. So let me say this, I'll certainly support the original resolution, but I don't know if I can support your amendments based on my comments. Maybe some other town chairman would have some comments similar to mine. I appreciate your thoughts.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari.
May I answer that question?
Yeah, please go ahead, Supervisor Spellman.
I did not say that municipalities would be required to mail out anything to constituents. I did say that there has been discussion among larger municipalities that that is something they would consider if this passed and then if they passed it themselves. So that would be up to the municipalities how they want to go forward with this. They wouldn't have to notify citizens, but they absolutely can, and they could pass it and have discussions within their own jurisdiction.
Thank you, Supervisor Spellman. Next speaker, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Yes, thank you. I would, Mary Krieger, the treasurer, would request to speak on this, if you would let her.
Is it specifically on the amendment? Because we'll come back to her for sure then after the vote on the amendment.
Yes, it's on the amendment.
Okay, please go ahead, Treasurer Krieger.
Thank you. I just want to let you know that I did talk to WCA regarding the adding of requirement of a waiver. WCA recommended against it. Anytime you are going to be requesting additional information, you are opening yourself up for litigation. You're going to have people that say, I didn't know about it. You're going to have applications lost in the mail. They're going to say, we mailed it. We're going to say we didn't receive it. So WCA highly recommends against it. Also, the Wisconsin League of Municipalities was not in support of requiring an affidavit. I guess I have additional questions regarding for the cities, the way it's worded, it says that, it would be a hardship at this time. So would they have to do an affidavit for the May installment and again for the July installment? Do they do this in advance of the installment? Can they do it after the installment? These are all questions that is going to be brought up. They're going to happen. This is where the litigation comes into play.
Thank you.
Right.
I'll next call on
I'm going to vote against it.
Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Because they can go 3 years
From
without
what
paying taxes.
And please go ahead and
what I have heard from Supervisor Spellman, her amendment on line 53 is just a simple moral suasion. It really doesn't add that much to the resolution. On line 63, where she wants to document hardship, I'd like to share with the county board. I've read Act 185. I've read the resolution from Dane County. I watched Rock County pass their resolution, and the essence of that experience is that the Wisconsin Counties Association attorney, Andy Phillips, who we all know and recognize, had told Rock County that case-by-case hardship is infeasible. So to require individuals or corporations or businesses, non-incorporated, to sign a waiver is, as Julie had said, opens the county up for liability. It's an open liability. It's absolutely not to be done, not recommended by the counties association. It was not in Dane counties. In fact, Dane County specified that municipalities could not require a waiver, a document of hardship in respect to qualifying. And so that it's not feasible to be done. And I also had spoken with our treasurer, Mary Krieger, who explained that this would be a real impossible thing to do, to keep track and to find out who has sent it, and just trying to make it happen. So the result is those communities that have been successful have just used general hardship. So you can't, this amendment is infeasible. So I would highly recommend that you vote this amendment down.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisman. Next speaker is Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm gonna encourage everybody to vote against this amendment. I think Supervisor Eisen kind of hit on a lot of those things. I think this waiver really makes it less likely that the relief is going to get targeted in the ways that it seems that this relief is posited. I also think that whether we have this waiver or not, we have to accept that this resolution does open the door for an outsized percentage of businesses to take advantage of this. And I don't think that the waiver disincentivizes a business in the way that it's been purported. I'm also dubious of any of the penalties to a individual or business falsely, falsifying the degree of hardship that they have. I don't think that's something that the county should be sitting here determining. And the concerns that WCA raise about the ability for a waiver to hold up to scrutiny is concerning for me. So I will be voting against the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. I'll next call, actually, I don't see any other call-ins. So with that, oh, I see one more call-in. Please go ahead, Supervisor Spellman.
Yeah, if I could address about the case-by-case basis. In the language of the resolution, it says that it would be considered general hardship for all taxpayers in Winnebago County. It is not indicating, in fact, it says that it should not be construed as authorizing any sort of case-by-case basis or case-by-case finding. Additionally, this is not intended for the county or municipality to determine hardship. If this was passed with this amendment, if a municipality passed it as well and created a document for taxpayers, if they filled it out and returned it, that would constitute them finding hardship. So it wouldn't be case by case, and there would be no investigation or determination of someone's financial hardship. Assigning the waiver would be sufficient.
Thank you, Supervisor Spellman. Seeing no other call-ins, we'll proceed to a vote. Once again, we will go ahead and move to a vote using your yes and no buttons. And for any of those who have difficulty, then we'll ask for their vote. So vote yes if you support the amendment to add the additional language. Vote no if you do not support the amendment to add the additional language. It will give the board an opportunity to complete their voting. So far, 29 individuals have voted. So that amendment will fail because it's 6 votes for right now, 24 against. There may have been a couple of you that missed it, but I wanted to let folks know. Is there anyone who did not get to vote?
I did not get to vote, and my vote is no.
Okay. Okay. And is there anyone else?
I did not get to vote, and my vote would be no.
Okay, so Supervisor Warnke and Supervisor Finch were no's. Is there anyone else who were unable to vote? So that motion fails, that amendment fails, 7 votes for, 26 against. All right, so we are back on the main motion as originally presented. So all debate going forward will be on the main motion as presented without the amended language. Okay, so first I will call on Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now we're off of the amendments.
That is correct. We are
Right?
back on the original. You are correct.
Okay. All right. When Supervisor Spellman first began discussing this way back 2 hours ago, it wasn't that long, but you know what I mean, a long time ago, she's referred to it as waiving property tax payment, and that's not what it says. What it says is waiving interest on property tax payment. I'm just asking for a clarification from Supervisor Spellman.
Please go ahead, Supervisor Spellman.
You're correct that it should be waiving interest and penalties. So I'm sorry if I misspoke before.
Very good. Thank you, Supervisor Spellman, and thank you, Supervisor Powers. So moving to the next call-in, I will call on Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I spoke some of this earlier about the committee situation we had, that it was unanimous, including Supervisor Spellman, that the way Act 185 was written, we didn't agree with it. As I said about the local governments needing to absorb some costs, I mean, I believe in that it shouldn't be the county. You know, Mr. Harris talked about potentially $20 million. You know, I got the CN, the county news brochure in front of me. I'm sure a lot of you saw that and got that in the mail. COVID-19 crisis, county budgets may see 144 billion hit. That's with a B. To think that we would take a chance on sacrificing our reserves like that when we don't know what this is all going to come up with health, I think is short-sighted. With the county having to absorb all this. I know when Mr. Fari asked about other townships, of course, I'm the town chairman for Algoma, and we talked about this with the staff, and we said right out, if this passes, and if we pass it, we would not expect the county to forward us any money until they got it for our taxes. That would be us as a local government taking our part in this. This waiver, which of course, I'm not sure where that's at anymore, this thing gets confusing, to talk about need-based. You know, when the stimulus money came out, the first thing I heard was that the TV section at Walmart was really crowded. I know somebody that bought a new boat with theirs. I was at the bike store the other day, and they said the bikes are flying out of there because of the stimulus checks. It seems to me like there's a lot of people getting their stimulus checks and spending it on nice things. That's their right. Are these the same people that are gonna come back now and say they can't pay their taxes? So taxpayers who are responsible with their money should pay for that? You know, nobody likes to pay taxes. I'm sure none of us listening here like to pay taxes. So everyone's going to take advantage of this. And to think that businesses aren't going to is just, that's just not going to happen. I think this is a feel-good thing. I certainly have some concern for those who truly are need-based. We have a program already in place for that, so we don't need another one. And for that reason, I will be voting no on this. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman? Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Supervisor Finch?
I have
Is it a point of order, Supervisor Finch? Because we have others waiting in front of you.
no, what I'd like to do is ask Supervisor Spellman if she would poll this at the present time and bring it back when we are all normal in our chambers and everything, because this is so hard between me, you, and whatever, where if she would poll it.
Supervisor Finch, I'm going to have to meet you. I have to give the others an opportunity to speak before you. I will put you in line, though, and give you an opportunity after Supervisor. So next speaker is Supervisor Defferding. Please go ahead, Supervisor Defferding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to, it's one thing that we don't like paying taxes, but this is actually just the interest on taxes. And I always have to ask, what is the reasoning behind the paying interest on taxes? Interest is the profit a lender makes off of lending. In this particular case, I mean, the government didn't loan anyone a single thing other than the fact that we're giving them permission to live there in Winnebago County. I just never quite understood that. So this isn't the fact that it is a tax of a tax. This is a double tax. And the whole concept of having interest on taxes is absolutely absurd. It's kind of like, you know, when you overdraft on an account and then they give you a penalty. It's like, well, now I'm poorer, so I'm not. There's going to be a less chance for me to actually make this payment now. So it actually disincentivizes people to actually be economically viable. So, and so knowing this, that in this particular case with COVID-19, there's a lot of people's jobs that have been affected. Yes, there have been people that have been spending on very frivolous items, and but then there are people that have lost their jobs, and I'm one of them. And by the end of this month, I'm going to be without a job. And so now I'm going to be facing a particular crisis myself of trying to find employment, in the meantime trying to make payments. And I've had my own mortgage company allow me to defer my payments for 3 months because I was able to let them know that I may not be able to make my payments. They're able to do that. We should do the same. We are no different. And we do have quite a bit of in reserves right now. We have over $20 million in reserves. There's a lot of people getting hit, and the county is no different. This is the very time for us to tap into our reserves right now. And hopefully we can actually bounce back up, and everyone will be able to bounce back up. But we don't know when this is going to be over. We can't just simply say this is going to be all over in a month. This could be here for much, much longer than that. We don't know. We can't really tell the future. But I just think it's unfair for us to kick people when they're down. So I highly urge that everyone votes to approve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Supervisor Defferding. Next speaker, Supervisor Shorsey. Please go ahead, Supervisor Shorsey. You can unmute yourself.
How's that?
Yeah, very good. Thank
It's doing that thing again.
Yes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. From my perspective, I prefer dealing with actual problems. And just the way this came to the Finance Committee, again, just because the state decided that there was going to be a problem. And then, of course, knowing that it would fall on the shoulders of the counties and not, I know there was discussion at a state level, but I think this is pretty premature. And we do have a really great infrastructure in place, and they're dealing with people now who have problems paying their taxes. So we certainly, and that was some of the discussion at Finance Committee, is we needed time to discuss this, to deal with it. We had no numbers to work with at Finance Committee. If we don't do a proper job with our budgets and our resources, I would hate to be telling people that we were going to cut critical services that the county now provides because we made bad decisions. And this is a decision that could have a tremendous economic impact. So I do not see that it is necessary. I do think that we will have to deal with whatever comes down in terms of people being able to pay their property taxes. And we will deal with that. But I don't think that we just need to do what the state has decided is the way to go. And it puts Winnebago County in a position of assuming all of the financial cost and risk. And again, that's going to come home to roost. And our $20 million in extra funds can go away within a year. And if you have been watching the COVID stuff, I think actually this year could be the easy year. And when it comes to paying 2020 property taxes, that could be very different for a lot of people. So I am definitely going to vote no on this. And I think just because it's a bandwagon that other people feel they need to get on, I think first of all, we need to know what is actually happening to people in our community and watching that as these tax payment deadlines come up. And then looking at that and crafting something that makes sense for our communities. And I don't think we need to be pressured by communications that are scheduled to go out or that sort of thing. I think we need to do the right thing at the right time. Thank you for your listening, and do vote no for now.
Thank you, Supervisor Forsey. Next speaker is Supervisor Powers. Please go ahead, Supervisor Powers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I really feel over a barrel on this because I know that there are corporations who are going to take advantage of our goodwill on this. But I am really concerned about what might happen to our citizens, single-family residences, small mom and pop businesses. And I agree with, I believe if I understood Supervisor Defferting correctly, I agree with him. I don't like it, but I'm gonna vote yes on this because I'm concerned about people who are really in big trouble. And if there are companies and corporations, large companies and large corporations that take advantage of us, I intend to make their names known. There are companies in this town I used to shop at and I haven't been in 3 years because of things I don't agree with that they've done. And I would boycott them by my wallet if they take advantage of us. I'm just very concerned about what's going to happen to our citizens and small mom and pop shops. I'm going to have to vote yes, even though I don't like it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Powers. Next speaker is Supervisor Lenz. Please go ahead, Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman. I guess I just want to dial this in. There seems to be a lot of misconceptions that are getting created because of a lot of the comments that are being made. But I just want to remind everybody what we're talking about here. One thing we're talking about is only the 1% that's going to be charged to them if they can't make their payments. We're not talking about the the waiving any waiving their debt. They still are due to pay. So if you're a corporation, you're probably not going to go into foreclosure, and it's probably not going to take us 3 years to get your money. The foreclosure conversation that the executive brought up is in regards to those who are in the most dire of straits, and they're going to lose everything, including their house, to go into foreclosure. And yeah, we may have to wait a little bit for that money, but if somebody is that much on the margin, we're probably going to have to wait for that money next year then, because the foreclosure is almost inevitable, and we're not doing anything to help them out. We're charging them an extra 1%. The other thing that keeps getting brought up is the corporations. The corporations are always looking for ways to exploit us. I mean, right now there's a dark store loophole. They're reevaluating their values based off of equal size buildings that have gone under, like Kmart. So yes, that's going to be out there, but this is not about the corporations. This is about the people in our community that we are set out to represent. We're not a democracy. Those folks around our areas and in my 5 wards, or 6 wards, they're looking for me to help them out where I can, when I can. In regards to the reserves, I mean, those reserves are for a very unfortunate time, and we have found ourselves into an unfortunate time. The folks that are going to need this are not going to have any other resources at their disposition. The municipals that they live in have less resources at their disposition, and we at the county level have a few more resources at our disposition to help ourselves through this. This takes a little bit off their shoulders, puts it on the county's shoulders, and we have the power to do a county tax or whatever it is. I don't want to get caught up in that because that's not what this is about, but we do have some flexibility, whereas the folks that absolutely need this have none. I just want to read something, a correspondence that I had with a dear friend of mine that I grew up with. She's a hair stylist, independent hairstylist, and she, for 2 months, was not able to practice her trade. And for 2 months, she had no income coming into her house. And just a conversation we had, not specifically about this, but to give you a perspective of what's going through her mind. This was a Facebook message, so it's not in a formal sentence structure. It just says, I just want to either finally get employed or get my unemployment or be able to provide for my family again. My phone is about to shut off. 2 vehicle payments are due now. Electronics due next week. I'm assuming this was in reference to the electricity bill. I'm not exactly sure what electronics meant. Food, credit card next week. Oh yeah, internet too. I don't know if anybody's familiar, but the schools districts are sending people home with Chromebooks or whatever the device is for their kids to do their schoolwork. So without internet, her kids are going to have to hike somewhere to find a hotspot. She was stressed. She was absolutely stressed. And I told her, look, everybody, state, federal, even the county level, we're going to do what we can to help you out. And here we have a chance. It's right here in our hands. We have an option to help her out. And we're saying, no, there's a chance we might get exploited. I don't know why we wouldn't help them out. I mean, this is really something we got to think about. Are we here to represent our communities? Or are we here because we want to make sure we can maximize the amount of money that we're bringing into our county? This is an area we can help.
Thank you, Supervisor Lenz. Next speaker is Supervisor Wingren. Please go ahead, Supervisor Wingren. We can't hear you yet, Supervisor Wingren, so we're working to, I don't know if you're able to unmute your, there you go.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
There we go. Very good, we can hear you.
Okay.
Well. Please go ahead.
Okay, thank you. This is a very difficult topic for all of us this evening. The word stress comes to mind. We're all stressed. Every day as I go out into the community in a limited way, I see people all the time that are stressed. My neighbors are stressed. I particularly have touch with other senior citizens who feel stressed and are making tough decisions about what to pay, what bill to pay, what to buy, what not to buy. So it's not just a few that, it affects all of us. So our focus needs to be, I think, long-term. What about those of us who paid the taxes on time? Are we going to go, is our role as government to take from one group and give it to another group? I know that sounds very callous, but I think we can help people without doing something. To me, this has not been thought out well. I think when things come through a committee, they're much better than, off the cuff. And I certainly applaud and have no question about the good intentions of the sponsors of this resolution. That's great. That's wonderful. But I just don't happen to agree with it at this time. Someone mentioned about knowing about interest on things. The state statute says we have to collect interest. That's not. I don't think that's something we just pulled out of our. Well, you know where we can pull out stuff. We have to remember unintended consequences. There are many unintended consequences. We're spending all this money now giving so-called relief when we don't know. All the experts that I've listened to have said this could go on a year or more. So as the year goes on and people become more desperate, we don't have a printing press in the basement of the courthouse. I wish we did. So, and then at budget time, this is going to be a very, very difficult budget. So to rely on this kind of one-time thing is just, I think, is very short-sighted. I don't think at this point the county is the bank. And I guess I'm concerned about, I'm kind of disappointed in some of the leaders in the city of Oshkosh who come running to us for help when they had a chance in the last number of years to be responsible with our tax money. And in my humble and respectful view, they have not. Witnessed the arena sitting there almost empty, all the talk of bankruptcy there. So, I hear what they're saying, but it's not that credible. At this point, though, I'd like to ask Mr. Harris, if he's still with us, to speak. I know he's not supposed to, but I'd like to ask as a personal thing, if Mark could speak now and give his kind of a summary of what he's listened to and what he thinks at this point.
Supervisor Winger, I'm going to hold off for the moment. I'm going to continue with folks who have been waiting for a while, and we can come back towards the end, but I know a number of folks have been waiting. So I told Supervisor Finch that I would call on him after Supervisor Wingren. So I'll call next on Supervisor Finch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. One of the reasons why I'm so gung-ho on this is that's why I said to vote yes, because I was elected to help the people that need the help. We have money set aside for this, we have money set aside for that, but when we have people in our county that really need the help, then I think we should put the first step forward, because if we do it, maybe you'll find some other cities or villages that'll do the same thing. But these people back when paid their taxes, put the money in there, hoping that they'll never have to use it. Well, guess what? The way the economy and everything is today, they need help. And that's one reason that I went and put in myself to be on the county board, because I always felt that if I could help somebody, I'm doing somebody a service. And I'm hoping that I can get many of the county board supervisors to feel the same way, to serve the people from Winnebago County. So I am hoping that they will vote yes to help the people that truly need the help. I don't mean somebody who's got millions of dollars looking for a fast buck. I'm talking about the people that truly need the help. And our county services know the people that really need the help. So therefore, I hope everyone else will vote yes along with me. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Finch. Next speaker is Supervisor Norton. Please go ahead, Supervisor Norton.
First of all, is the county treasurer still on line? Because I have one or two questions for her.
I believe she is.
Okay, Mary, could you please explain more about this interest? Because when I communicated with the chief of staff, with the state treasurer's office, she said that if we pass this resolution, that they would waive any of the state interest. So could you first explain that?
I don't know what she's referring to for state interest. I mean, it's state statute that interest is charged at 1% per month on delinquent taxes.
Is that
The state treasurer doesn't have the authority to waive that interest in statute.
okay? So that answers kind of that question. That's what I got from her. So let's say we don't pass this. So if we don't pass this, the big corporation or the person who pays less, they don't pay for 2 installments. They only would have to pay the interest, right? Am I correct? Is that the same?
No, they would have to pay the property taxes and the interest
Yeah.
that has accrued on those unpaid taxes.
Okay, that's what I was trying to. Yes, I mean, first of all, they're not getting waiving or paying their taxes. They're gonna have to, if they pay $500 in May and July, they're gonna have to pay $1,000 eventually, but they won't have interest to it. I guess, and my point would be is that the big corporations may take advantage of this all the time. I don't know that, but by letting the small business owner, the person who is struggling, to let them be able to do this because they're calling the city halls, Neenah and Oshkosh, and saying, can we do this? And they're saying they can't do it. So this point that this is going to be a boondoggle for big corporations, I don't think it's going to be a big boondoggle because they may or know they can do it already. It's the small property owner, the small business owner. They may not know how to do this, and maybe the cities and municipalities can inform them in their own way that this waiver is available. So that's why I support this. I support this also because I think it's one small way in my community, in my district. I have lots of small business owners who could be struggling. I don't have any big corporations, but I have a lot of small business owners on 2 or 3 of my streets. It's one way of helping them, very small way. And that's why I think we should support this. And I listened to 2 counties debate this last week. I listened to the Rock County. I listened to Outagamie County. They almost passed unanimously. Their big concern was in Outagamie, they wanted to make sure that the rural townships got paid whole. And in Rock County, they wanted to do the same amendment that Stephanie Spellman wanted to do, but we didn't. So 3 different counties passed it unanimously. And, I don't know why a majority of the state doing rural counties, but I think it's one small way of helping the business owners, small business owners, and the property tax owners in my district. I think we should do this. That's why I would support this. I am supporting it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Next speaker, Supervisor Rasmussen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Yes, thank you. We have some more comments here from staff, if it's okay.
You have the floor, so you're yielding. It's fine.
Thank you, Chairman. This is Vicki Fitzgerald, Director of Finance for the county. I have a couple of items to talk about. First, I've heard several different supervisors, for instance, Supervisor Depperding, say that there's no impact besides the interest we're losing. Again, no interest would accrue from April to October on payments that aren't paid. But we're also not receiving those receipts in cash for the May payments and the July payments if they so choose not to pay them. We will not receive any of that money that our cash flows used to until October 1st. But we will be making the municipalities, the school districts, and the townships whole as of September 20th. So it will have a very adverse effect on our cash flow. And with our cash flow, we've had this same cycle for many years, so we obviously have invested based on that cycle, we probably would have to borrow or break some major investments, which I understand that would be okay. However, this also affects that we normally make everybody whole on August 20th. We buy out the delinquencies. This would change, if you pass this would change it to September 20th. We did ask a couple school districts what that meant to them, and Oshkosh School District said that would be tight because we normally would give the school districts about, on August 20th, about $14 million. That would not be going to the school districts until September 20th, and they're already starting their new school year. So they're looking at probably having to borrow. So it doesn't just affect us, there is a domino effect on others as well. And again, we would be taking the whole cash flow issues on because we wouldn't be making everybody else whole with their delinquencies. With that in mind, I wanted to ask that you amend line 96 of the fiscal note. I know Supervisor Spellman put this forward. She did not contact the treasurer nor myself to ask about fiscal impacts. So I just wanted to make sure we at least said where it says August that it should be September, because we would not make anyone whole till September 20th. And the rest of the fiscal impact at this point is very unknown because we have no idea at this point on what the residents will do. Will they, of the $40 million right now that's outstanding as of May 14th, we don't know if we're going to only get to collect 50% of that by October 1st or 80%. But worst case scenario at 50% is $20 million. Last year, for delinquent taxes, we paid out $4.6 million. Very large difference, very large cash flow gap, much interest income that I will lose on any investments as well that we rely on for tax levy because we get such little increases in tax levy every year. So I just wanted to make sure you understood that more. That is all.
Thank you very much, Director Fitzgerald. And so anything further, Supervisor Rasmussen?
No, that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker is Supervisor Fari. Please go ahead, Supervisor Fari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you well. Thank you.
Okay, I apologize. I lost connection here for a few minutes. I believe we were still on the amendments when I did that. But have we established the current undesignated fund balance?
I'll call on Director Fitzgerald to answer that question.
Okay, please.
And could you please repeat the question? I had a little feedback.
Let me rephrase a little bit. I'm told the current fund balance undesignated is 33 million. Is that correct?
That is correct as of the the end of the year 2019 audit.
Okay, good. Thank you.
You're welcome.
My fellow supervisors, we're talking about $20 million here, and perhaps $7 million of it would be in jeopardy if people don't pay their taxes. We have $33 million. So even if you were to say the whole 20 million is in jeopardy, you still got $13 million. I think we have enough money, and I think this can be done. I don't see any reason, basically financially, not to do it. It does set us back here for perhaps, I'm thinking maybe 5 weeks or so, 30, 40 days of uncertainty, but I would urge my supervisors to support this. I think we can do it. I think there's a lot of people that need it, and that's kind of my direction here. Certainly, we do have enough money.
Thank you, Supervisor Fari.
You're welcome, sir.
Next speaker is Supervisor Eisen. Please go ahead, Supervisor Eisen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution before us is almost exactly like Dane and Rock County. And after a discussion with our county treasurer, Mary Krieger, I was convinced that only the hardship general hardship could sustain this objective. And I'm told that as of last Thursday, only Neenah and Oshkosh are municipalities who have requested this property tax installment payment interest relief. That 35 counties have decided not to pass the resolution. 8 counties have passed as of last Thursday, including Outagamie County. And she also shared with me that approximately only between 17 and 30% of property taxpayers use the installment plan. And when I expressed concerns that big taxpayers like Kimberly-Clark and Oshkosh Truck would have a tax holiday, she reminded me that small businessmen and landlords who will be the most needy in the business world. Inasmuch as we have sufficient funds to sustain tax payments to our municipalities, I will support this resolution. And I think the majority of the large corporations that may take this tax holiday are going to pay their taxes by October 1st. So your Kimberly-Clark and your Oshkosh Truck and all the big corporations are going to have their taxes finalized, and we're going to be back on good grounds by October 1st. So I urge my fellow supervisors to support this, and let's not let our meeting run until 11:30 like it did at Rock County last Thursday.
Thank you, Supervisor Eisen. Well, we are close. So moving on to the next supervisor, and that is Supervisor Newhoff. Please go ahead, Supervisor Newhoff.
Thank you, everyone. So I just wanted to speak actually on behalf of all of the self-employed people, not just small businesses, but the people who are self-employed, and they're not actually eligible for regular unemployment. And so there was this thing called the PUA, which is the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance, that Wisconsin actually just started distributing. They waited until late May. So a lot of people are going back to work without ever having actually received any dime of help from the federal government or the state, aside from that $1,600 stimulus money. So I think that this is an opportunity to affect a small amount of meaningful change in our community. And the county argument of having to borrow is exactly what our constituents are experiencing. They're going into debt because of unforeseen circumstances. So I will be supporting this resolution.
Thank you, Supervisor Newhoff. Next speaker is Supervisor Shorsey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not being the Wicked Witch of the West. I actually was a fundraiser for my profession. And one of the biases I had when I was doing the work through our foundation was that things had a real impact on people's lives. And I can't help but think that people who are really in trouble because of COVID-19 are not going to be helped by delaying the payments. I mean, because they aren't going to be able to make them anyway. And then also on a $5,000 property tax bill, what is 1%? And we, perhaps could waive the interest, that sort of thing. But it just seems to me that this is a lot of much ado about nothing in terms of the real impact. If we wanted to make a real impact, maybe we would have people sponsor low-income taxpayers and pay their tax bill. that would make a difference. But, you know, $50 a month, you know, for a couple months and delayed payment when you have to make that payment anyway I just don't see how that, and then the opposite of that, or the other side of that, is then totally creating what I see as kind of a financial mess for the county and the people who depend on the county. It just does not make sense to me. And I think we all, you know, we care about people in our community, but I'm not convinced that this is the way to have a meaningful impact. And it might make us feel good, and then we can go home and say how great we are, but it's really not going to change circumstances for people who really, really need help right now. So again, I'm urging you to vote no, so we can work on something that makes more sense. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Can't hear anything.
Mr. Chairman?
Please go ahead, Supervisor Bender.
Just out of curiosity, I'm curious what the actual penalties would be. And just for reference, we charge 1% a month. That's 12% a year. We can borrow, I bet, for less than 4%. So the people that are delinquent after October 1st, we're going to make 8% on them. For every dollar, we're actually still going to make a profit. And I'm curious, what is the penalty?
Director Fitzgerald or Mr. Krieger, are you able to answer that?
Yes, I am. We do not charge penalties at our county. State statute says we could charge up to half a percent, but we have always chose not to do that. We never have.
So hypothetically, let's say we have $20 million in delinquent taxes. What is that actually going to cost Winnebago County from April 1st to October 1st? That's the actual dollars we're talking about tonight. We're not talking about the $20 million, because after October 1st, we're going to get 12% a year on that $20 million, and we could borrow it, I'm sure, for less than 4%.
Well, the interest last year was $350,000 for that time period that we're going to have to miss. I mean, I guess that's a number, but it's more the cash flow as well, too. I just want you to keep that in mind.
Right. But I'm just saying, we can borrow that money for basically less than 4%. We're charging the taxpayers 12%. So if they're hurting, what is it really? We're talking less than $400,000. We're not talking 20 million. What we're talking of losing as Winnebago County is $400,000. Thanks.
That is one piece, and the other piece is also interest income on what I would have invested, which we've always done every year, which supports our tax levy as well. And I don't have a number for that offhand. I mean, it could be up to $1 million there. But yes, it's more of the cash flow.
Right. You ain't going to get $1 million in 3 months on 20 million. That'd be hypothetically. I don't know where you're going to get more than 2 or 3% interest. If you're lucky, you can get that.
Thank you, Supervisor Bender. Next speaker, Supervisor Schellinger. Please go ahead, Supervisor Schellinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think this is not the ideal solution for the county, but it is the solution that the state legislature has given us. It's a very narrow piece of relief. It's insufficient for a lot of people who desperately need the help that this is seeking to connect with. But it's also the tool that we have, and right now we don't have a lot of tools to provide this kind of direct relief. County has worked with some of our economic development partners to help businesses continue to keep their operations going and provide some some of that more targeted direct relief. But I doubt that the people who are skeptical of this proposal would be willing to come up with a package that puts $5 or $10 million into the hands of taxpayers to help provide the type of direct relief that is needed at this time. I think the $20 million that has been talked about as sort of being on the line is a false notion. That money's on the line whether we extend this deadline or not. The cash flow problem is a real problem that we're going to have to dance around. But I also think that whether we take this option or try to find another option, cash flow is going to be a real problem for how we move forward. The people who are struggling to pay their taxes or who are delinquent already are going to continue to be delinquent. And if we don't, whether we pass this or not, there's going to become a reconciliation date where the county is going to start to write checks to the school districts and the municipalities within the county. And this problem is going to face us one way or the other. I don't think this is the best, the best way we could move our reserves around and things like that. I'm going to vote for this. I hope enough people do that this passes. But I also hope that we're able to come back and continue to evaluate the needs of our county and provide more sincere and honest direct relief to taxpayers, and that we have the same kind of active buy-in from the city of Neenah and the city of Oshkosh when we come back to that type of proposal as when they're asking us to shelter shoulder the burden. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Schellinger. Next speaker, Supervisor Rasmussen.
Right. Chairman Ramos, I just wanted to, this is Mary Ann Miller, Corp Counsel, and I just wanted to note that if you were looking at the resolution, there was some language in line 38 that was omitted that had been in the WCA template that I believe should be included, and it's just about 7 or 8 words. If you go to, but they're important words. If you go to line 38, it says, whereas section 105.25 of Act 185 authorizes, comma, among other things, comma, the county to, and this is where we need to add the words, to adopt a resolution enabling taxation districts in the county to, and then you have waive interest and penalties. So the wording that should be added would be adopt a resolution enabling taxation districts in the county to. And then, as I believe Treasurer Krieger and Supervisor Rasmussen indicated, on line 96, or actually Vicki Fitzgerald indicated, the income paid out would be in September, not August. So on line 96, replace the word August with September, just for clarification.
Thank you, Corporation Counsel. Next speaker is Supervisor Snyder.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm back. My hotspot went dead totally. I had to plug it in. At any rate, it's my understanding that we will be on the hook for any delinquencies no matter what, no matter if we pass this or don't pass this. That's a given. And it's going to go from August to September. That's a given. All this resolution says is the 1% interest is what we're acting on. And I'm fine with that. I mean, we're going to be on the hook for the delinquencies no matter what happens. We're only talking about a 1% interest on the delinquencies. So, I mean, to me, it's the least we can do to help the people. I hate to sound redundant like everyone else saying it, but we've almost got to do this for our people. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Snyder. Next speaker is Supervisor Lenz.
Thank you, Chairman. just one quick thing that I'm noting, because I think we're getting close to a vote. I noticed that either people are early voting or we didn't clear it from the last vote. If we haven't cleared it from the last vote, I want to make sure there's no confusion on the next vote, but there's a lot of no's and yeses out there.
Yeah, well, absolutely. We'll make sure to clear that.
Thank you.
Thank you. And next speaker, Supervisor Spelling.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I could, I would like to accept the suggestions from the Corporation Council as friendly amendments.
Okay, and I was certainly going to bring that up before we go to a vote. Is everyone okay with that as a friendly amendment? If there's not, then we'll debate it. But if everyone is okay with the friendly amendment?
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Okay, very good. I'm seeing that everyone is okay with the added verbiage of line 38 and changing August to September on line 996. Very good. All right. So seeing no other call-ins, we have cleared the vote. Thanks for the bringing that up, Supervisor Lenz. So we are going to go ahead and vote by the yes and no. So vote yes if you approve of the resolution to authorize the taxation district to waive interest on property tax payment installments due on or after April 1st, 2020. Vote no if you do not.
No.
And we'll give some time for everyone to cast their vote. And then if we're unsure, yep. And if we're unsure, we will clarify with different individuals.
Yes.
I have seen that 30 have voted so far. And please make sure your mic is muted.
Right.
Not speaking.
Warnke, yes.
Albrecht, no.
Okay, so Albrecht is a no. And Warnke was a yes. Yes. Is there anyone else who is unable to vote? Take a look because we want to be very cognizant to make sure everyone has been able to vote. Has Supervisor Locke been able to vote? Supervisor Konecki? Bear with us. We're just going to try to verify the vote with a couple of others.
My attendance screen shows that Konecki has hung up.
So Supervisor Konecki is no longer here. And Supervisor Locke?
No.
Supervisor Locke is a no. That's 34 votes so far. Now Supervisor Konecki is not here as we understand. So there's only one other individual we're missing. Has Supervisor Valenti voted? We're just missing 2 votes right now, but we understand Supervisor Konecki is not here, so we're just verifying Supervisor Valenti. Apologize for the delay. We're verifying things. So we're almost finished. Okay, so we do have a final vote on that, and that motion passes 25-9. So that resolution carries. So that completes our business for this evening. I want to thank you all for your attention on what was obviously a longer meeting, and I also want to thank you for your patience during the technology. We're certainly doing the best we can here. We'll try to clear up some of the snafus. The honest answer is I don't think we can clear up all of them, but we'll just continue to do the best we can, and we appreciate your patience and flexibility throughout it. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn from Supervisor Albrecht. Supervisor Albrecht. Motion to adjourn, Supervisor Albrecht. I'll call on Supervisor Finch for a motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Thank you.
Second.
Albrecht, and there's a second. All those in favor, say
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye. Aye, aye.
We are adjourned until June 15th. Thank you, everyone. You have a good night and a restful night. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Thank you, everyone.
Didn't get to that. Oh.